lot.
Well, for German Irish, you know, I try to make a good effort. I've been living in Texas for 25 years now. I love it.
Okay. Where were you at before that?
East Coast, Baltimore.
Okay. All right. What do you do for work exactly?
I'm a fucking waiter. It sucks.
Right.
Okay. I've been doing that for 16 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Is it like that you make good money doing it?
I try to. You know,
Is it a pizza restaurant?
No,
A genuine
I moved on.
Okay.
I retired from the pizza.
What kind of restaurant is it?
It used to be a pizza restaurant.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
No, I got fired from a couple of those.
What did you get fired for? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the firings of John Bechtel.
You can't ask your old dipshit boss. He used to sit in the office, text all the girls in the kitchen like videos of him riding his fucking BMX bike. He knock on the door. He's like, yo, what the fuck do you even do at this job? Yeah, you can't show up late after this.
I had no idea. Somehow I understood Deepak Bali better than you.
One saw a guy chop his hand off. It was crazy.
You saw a guy chop his hand off?
Yeah, there was these like Nacogdoches twins. They're from like East Texas, you know. Just whatever goes on in those woods.
Yeah,
like, so this guy, this dipshit, sells me a broken PS3. The saran wrap melts. He takes this knife, and we're all just looking at this guy. It's like, this motherfucker. He walks over the saran wrap, cuts it open. It's like, it's perfect. It works. For some reason, he swings again, chops off his hand. I never got money back on a PS3.
And even when there was a dispute in the college between two or more rabbis, it wasn't even practice.
John, have you ever been arrested before?
My mom took a position that if the law follows Rabbi X and not Rabbi Y,
Okay.
what was that?
It was April 18th, the night of April 18th, 2013. Look it up, y'all.
You're not going to tell us?
It's the night the Boston Bombers got caught. So I'm watching that shit in the drunk tank. Everyone's hooting and hollering, and all these fucking cops keep on walking up to me, and you're like, you're the motherfucker who works at that goddamn sandwich restaurant. I worked in sandwiches before pizza. Tony.
John, you are something else. What are you on exactly?
For legal reasons, I'm sober for 2 years eventually.
Yeah, well, seriously, what are we on? Adderall and whiskey, or like, what is the exact combination?
I smoke a lot of now legal substances.
You brought out a little, you got a little gun there all of a sudden.
Texas,
All right, thank you. I've been here 5 years, but yes, thank you for the big welcome.
It's nice.
What are you on? That's the question.
Oh, I smoke a Halloween.
You smoke a Halloween? Where do you get this energy from?
Okay, I can't get diagnosed for Asperger's or autism. They're just like your own. So, you know, I rely on my friends with Adderall.
You know what? It's a very, very rare happening. Only once every few months does Matt Mueling, our electric guitarist, speak up. He has asked permission to speak, and he will speak. This is Matt Mueling.
John Dees also smokes a hell of a lot of weed.
What is the right attitude? What are people how do you focus your
weed is white, his weed is green.
John, here you go, buddy. Here's a little joke book coming at you. John Bechtel, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes John Bechtel. We got some wild bucket pulls here tonight. All right, here's another one. This is a very interesting name yet again. And the name is I Am Frank. Makes noise for I Am Frank.
So that's one area of the
Hello, California universe.
The other category, this by the way
It's great to be back.
The entirety of it.
You know,
it's a massive
they
thing.
told me that my comedy would take a huge step forward
big
if
format
I told
volume,
jokes
right?
that my audience
The
also
other
found more
area
relatable.
in which he made tremendous
That's why I no longer trust black people.
and this is perhaps felt more in the outside world with influence on the scholastic philosophers, Thomas Aquinas
Are
and
there
others.
pants all over?
He wrote
No, relax, folks. It's only jokes.
important of which is clearly
It's
this
only
one,
jokes. And
that
that
are
joke is funny.
designed for a very different audience,
Madness.
designed
Because
specifically
I too am a
for
black
those
man.
intellectuals who are
They don't want to leave
looking
him in the dark on that one.
for guidance. It's what is
No, okay. I don't think everyone here is positive racist.
life. What is the meaning
It's hard not to
of
feel that way
our
when
existence
you've
as a
seen the
whole?
things I've
So
seen.
this book is the Morad Mubin, the
Someone called me
guide
N-word
for
traffic.
the perplexed, or the guide for the
Yeah.
wandering,
off.
guide for the lost,
But
the teacher of the lost.
He got unusually perturbed.
He addressed
Started yelling
specific
slurs.
individual, actually, in
Started
Judeo-Arabic, not in
He even threw banana peels at my car.
basic Hebrew that had
That's when I said,
a longer
I will
lasting
play Mario Kart online in the city again.
The Mormon went through all kinds of very
Yes, I
difficult
have.
philosophical
Okay, did it go better last time?
that really take their inspiration
went exactly how I was supposed to
rationalist
do.
ideas of
Okay,
the
what does that
Greeks.
mean exactly?
In particular, Aristotle.
Went exactly how I was
Maimonides
supposed
was
to do.
very much enamored of Aristotle's thought.
Someone just pointed out that his zipper's down, and that is very sad.
Otherwise, he felt that he
This
was,
is really, we've really taken a turn here. It's very, very interesting what's happening tonight. Some very rugged bucket pulls. I don't know if they're underprepared or maybe the nerves are getting to them.
So much
How do you
so
feel,
that
Frank, right now? How do you
Southern
feel?
France
You're
in
looking out there into the crowd, you're staring at them deep in their souls.
Bro, we're here.
We're here, you are correct. What's up with the wrap around your arm there?
The low point of it actually
Something happened?
resulted
Yes.
in
What
the public
happened?
burning
Very
of
tragic.
Maimonides' works
Oh.
by the Dominican
I
friars at
I know
Jewish
he's plasma
suggestion.
today.
Okay, you do that to make money.
That's what it was.
From time to time, yeah, I
Paris,
do it.
How much money did you get from your plasma today?
Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames
Not sure.
because other Jews
You
have
didn't even
denounced
pay
it as
attention
heretical
to the amount of money that you got
The
paid
church was actually
strategically for
invested in this,
donating
and so
plasma, which is
therefore
what you did to get money
Seized
today.
the opportunity to actually
It's not
destroy
about the money
works
for me,
that they
Tony.
felt were heretical.
I made it
10
for the
years
love of
later,
it.
they would do the same, by the way,
Alright.
to 24 wagon
Frank, you got a little
very
joke last time? We're just gonna keep it moving, Frank. How about a hand for Frank, everybody? I am Frank. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix the momentum in the room right now by doing something absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna bring to the stage a man
tragic period
who
intellectual history of
is
Jews
eventually going to be a citizen of the United States of America. A
There
man
were
who
two
remains
major
at
objections
this
that
moment
we'll focus on for
the Estonian assassin.
The initial
This
court,
is a brand new set from the
Maimonides
one and
was
only
accused of
Ari
stupid
Matty.
and excessive arrogance and pride, which if you actually read Maimonides, you know how far he distanced himself from arrogance and strode towards more than Jews permitted him his own person. And they argue the reason why we see this is because,
know
first
how
of all,
they're
he's taken on this
like,
massive task.
diversifying all the movie franchises
The
now.
entire corpus of Jewish law.
They're making like a
And he
gay
doesn't provide
James Bond.
footnotes. He doesn't clearly indicate
He's gonna
when
suck
he
so much
disagrees
dick
with a different Talmudic figure.
to
You'll
get
see a
those
little later
passwords.
example of this shortly, where he simply encounters rabbis arguing the
They're
Talmud,
doing Taken, you know,
and
Taken
he
with Liam
evidently
Neeson.
chooses that one rabbi is correct, the
Doing
other
one
rabbi
with a
is not,
black
because
dad.
he only presents the correct opinion. Now, in Maimonides' defense, he wanted to write a simple
The
book
phone just
for
keeps
more
ringing.
common readers, such that he didn't want to burden the text with tons of arcane, essentially what would
Sorry,
become
baby.
footnotes. He simply said, this
Had
is
to
the
make
law.
him
Follow
stop.
this law. Do not follow these other opinions. Or he didn't actually say don't follow these other opinions. He only
Feminists
included
are
the laws that he
upset.
said should be followed. And that's not at all
They're
the
trying to
nature of
cancel the new
Talmudic debate. It has
Catwoman movie
lots
that's coming out
of,
because the new
back and forth.
Catwoman
And
is Zoe
in a sense, it
Kravitz.
was kind of like an attack on the entire
Bang it,
rabbinical
bitch.
industry, because he said, you know what?
And the
I'm
feminists
sure
are
you
saying, why
guys
does
are enjoying
Catwoman always have to be so
arguments in
super
yeshiva,
model?
and they're wonderful,
Why
and I
could a
love them too. But
Catwoman
you know what? People
be
need
like
a
a
guide,
plus size
so
model?
therefore I'm just going to write all of the laws down here, which laws we follow, and I'll leave it like that.
She
And
needs to
other rabbis,
climb.
particularly in Southern France, said, hey, you can't do that. You're
You ever
shutting
see a
out
fat
the
guy?
entire debate that is endemic to the Jewish intellectual tradition.
Bitch, you can't be Catwoman. You can be Garfield.
The critics, in many ways, won. And my money,
so
we are still studying the work a
There
thousand
is
years later.
levels to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Because what ended up happening is that
And there is the arrival
of
Look
writing
at that
commentaries
shirt.
on
You're
Maimonides.
so
Some of which
patriotic.
are composed by people like Rabbi Rothschild, who
Goddamn
later went
right.
on to write the
That's
Jewish
right.
law. So
That's
there will
yeah,
be more commentaries available now on Maimonides itself. So ironically, both sides
It was my first
came out
Independence Day.
ahead in the
Tell
end
us
because
how you. What did you do? How did you enjoy it?
Well, it was just fun being in a country where I can celebrate victory for once.
Criticism against philosophical work, like the guy reflects, were in some cases
In the studio, we don't have any of that
because
fun.
Maimonides did not make a secret of his devotion to the
Every one of our
thought
holidays is like on
He
this
felt
day.
that Aristotle had a lot of really bright ideas.
50,000
By
men, women, and
relying
children
on Aristotle,
taken
it's
against
kind of
their
like
will.
saying, hey, the Greeks have wisdom too.
Well, you got
Greek,
fun?
by the way, for much of medieval period was considered
Estonian gets
synonymous with
historically
non-Jewish,
kind
right?
of bullied by the bigger countries around it, huh?
Pinnacle of non-Jewish wisdom.
Uh-huh.
And so here's Maimonides,
We'll do
who
whatever
is accepting
You guys ever
value
win like a big
from
battle?
whatever
Nothing like it.
source
Nothing
it
really.
derives from, and saying, yes, here, this is
Guys,
the way
On the
Aristotle
Soviet
sees the
Union
world. There's
collapse,
a lot that
we did a thing where we
can be
just
appreciated
sang.
from a Jewish perspective in Aristotle. And so a lot of
Perfect.
the more traditionalist views in Southern
Yeah,
France
that
are saying,
Yeah.
oh my gosh,
And you guys do that? Is that like a holiday there? It's like a singing day?
this
We
can't
sing
be.
all the time. We get together, we sing these
Jump
horrible
it over,
songs.
over the
You know,
board, or as we find later, actually burn Maimonides.
John Deese wants you to. Is there like a famous
Maimonides'
one?
reliance on Aristotle, or his willingness to borrow from Aristotle.
No.
You don't want to sing a little Estonian fucking.
We actually don't know any of the lyrics. That's the issue.
Really smart.
I'm literally just mumbled along my whole fucking life.
Great. Fitzsimmons.
You, whenever you, first of all, it's always great
Welcome.
to see your fucking brain.
How are you?
But what, is there ever going to be like a homecoming? Like, is there an
Yo, dog. Can you hear me?
Now, let's actually look at some of our Maimonides.
Hello?
I want to tell you a little bit about why this is so personal for me. Those of you on this call, I saw the list of who signed up, and I appreciate you being here. You know that I have been involved for about a decade in a long-standing project. At this time of year precisely, to be engaged in Maimonides on Teshuvah. Over the years, we've set up actually a learning community that has a couple of thousand members and a few different platforms who've been learning with me every year. And I'm so pleased to have so many people study with me. What exactly do we study for those of you for whom this is new? One of the sections of Maimonides' Mishneh Torah is really a very special work. It's his Hilchot Teshuvah, his laws of repentance. So 10 years ago, I, maybe a little longer than that even, I, as a personal act of attempt to repent of my own failings, I translated that into English. There are very serviceable and useful translations already available. They're available for free online at Chabad.org. Very good translation available there. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to work through it myself for my own purposes. And I shared the translation with a few friends. A few friends liked it. So a couple years later, I said, you know what, I'm just going to put it online. And this grew and grew and grew until where we are right now. Here, this is the 2020 edition of this book, which is pictured on the left. Maimonides on Teshuvah, The Ways of Repentance, where I essentially translated it and I offer a pretty chunky commentary afterwards. And this year, oh, and by the way, this is, not by the way, really central to this is dedicated to my father, who's pictured here in the center of your screen, who passed away 6 years ago, and the book is dedicated to his memory. And I know that's the kind of person he was. He really enjoyed introspection, reflection, and self-improvement, and that's why I associate him so powerfully with the words of Maimonides. Anyway, this year is quite special because I go through the commentary again every year, and I revise it, revamp it. And this year, because of the coronavirus, it was an incredibly productive period of thought for me. And I'm hoping to share some of those ideas with you. If you look at the bottom of the book cover featured on the left, you see it says here the 8th edition, the commentary revised during the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. We should all be rescued from this terrible disease as soon as possible. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is let's actually learn some materials together, okay? And let's go straight into the text here. I encourage you, of course, to join our learning communities. All of this is not the commentary, but the translation is already all online, and I have, I think, about 75 videos of varying length over the years that address this, and I encourage you to go to the Maimonides Facebook group or the YouTube channel and participate. So here's the very beginning of Maimonides on Tshuva, and I just included the English part. These are the words of Maimonides himself. My commentary is in a smaller font on the right, and I just showed you 2 pages here. So Maimonides says that every commandment in the Torah, whether it's a commandment to perform some act or a commandment to refrain from some act, if a person transgresses and fails to perform or actually performs a forbidden act, then they have to confess before God. And they have to do tshuva. Now, I've used this word tshuva many times. I get a feeling that almost all of you are very well familiar with this term because so many of you are familiar with the Rambam. But what tshuva basically means, I translate it as repentance, but that's not a good translation. The word tshuva in Hebrew really means to return, to come back, as it were, to recenter, to get back to one's core priorities in life. That's what tshuva is. To return to one's beloved, return to one's family, return to God, return to one's true self. That's really what the concept of tshuva is. There are many mystical concepts as well, which we discussed in the book and elsewhere, but for now, that's a simple definition, and it's definitely an improvement on repentance, which sounds more like a nasty thing. So if you look at the second paragraph, he says, how should a person confess? Well, a person should say, please God, I have sinned. I have wronged, I have rebelled before you, and I have done such and such. Now note that there are several different verbs going on here, and in fact later on he will break down what does it mean to sin as opposed to wrong, as opposed to rebel. You know, like they say, I'm not sure it's true, they say that the Inuit have 26 different words for snow. I think Jews have about 26 different words for sin, right? Different shadings of how bad the act was. At any rate, the essence of confession is this. It is reflecting on your own life, reflecting on the past year in particular as we go into Rosh Chodesh Elul, and identifying what you did wrong. If we go to the last paragraph here, he says that no, actually, let's go to the end of the first paragraph. This is the essence of confession, and anyone who expands on such a confession, going into greater detail, deserves praise. The exact same phrase, by the way, used in the Haggadah when you're talking about the Exodus from Egypt. The more you talk about the details, the more praise you receive. So in the case of confession here, the other end of the Jewish calendar, from Passover now to the high holidays, the more you can actually get specific. Only between you and God. This is not like a Catholic confession to another human being. It's a confession to God and to yourself. Focusing on how did I do last year. That is step one.
Arena to play in East Stony? Is there like a big venue you want to go home someday and play?
Yeah, is the psychological.
No, you have. No.
It's an arena.
I don't want to say self-immolation, but at least self-examination.
Right.
Put yourself in the crucible.
Okay.
It's one of the biggest things we got, you know?
Did I do this right? Did I do this wrong?
Very
packed it out.
Yeah. That's really
81, baby.
now, we look at the last paragraph here. The Rambam, he says,
What do you like to do when you go
anyone who
home?
harms another person, physically or
sauna,
financially.
you know,
So
pick
in other
out
words, we're
sauna,
talking
pick
about a
out sauna.
transgression that's not between
I go
you
to
and
the
God.
bog, you know,
You're doing
you ever been
yourself.
to a
But
bog?
if you harm someone
What's
else,
a bog?
if you harm their financial status, if
What's
you
a
harm
bog?
their property, if you harm their emotional
You know what a
state,
bog
if
is?
you offend them,
Nobody knows what a
then
bulb is.
you can do
It's
all
like,
the tshuva in the world for
Also,
yourself.
yeah, see?
You have
Oh,
to
and
make
a bog.
Who
amends.
knows? A
Right,
bog,
continue.
yeah.
Even though
It's
he
like,
may
yes,
repay what he owes, you
not
can,
springs,
you
but
know, give
it's a
money back
dirty
to that
little
person.
spring.
In fact, later on,
Dirty
Rambam will
spring.
say, unless you take care of
But it's
that,
quiet, you know.
you're not
Yeah.
walking into the
No,
the
ethnic
slave.
people,
Hashem
it's
has the
serene.
word. God says, well, you see, you've done
Nobody
confession,
talks
very
too
nice,
loud.
but you still owe $10.
Like
Your
Shrek.
neighbor
wears
should pay
headphones.
back
It's like
for it.
Shrek. Like Swamp.
But once
Yeah,
you've
Shrek.
done,
That was a big
you
movie for
haven't
us.
confessed it, you haven't articulated it to
It
yourself,
was.
you haven't made any
Shrek is
progress.
about an imperialistic government.
So you really
taking
have to
a
go
man's
through
swamp.
this process.
It's our Schindler's List.
That's the beginning of the book. One of the most amazing things about this book, and why you don't have
We got that swamp back, you know what I'm saying?
is because
The jokes were just unbelievable tonight. I mean, probably the best set of the night. I mean, absolutely incredible. All of it's so funny and movie themed. Shit is crazy. They are really making some movies.
Yeah, make your own
You
shit,
say
bitch.
something
Yeah,
wrong
they're
about
doing some wacky stuff. I watched
to that entire kid. How do you do that? How does that
Gladiator
possibly
2.
achieve those things?
And Denzel
And then
Washington's just in it.
so
He's just in it throughout, and it just is impossible to not every time just go like, what's going on?
In my humble opinion,
What are we doing
it
here?
is the first guy of this
Just a
nature,
regular
this
old
complexity,
Roman
and this
black guy.
detail
As we
in the
know.
entire Western.
Yeah, no one's acting weird. Everyone's like, sure, tell us what to do.
He's giving orders to other Romans and stuff. It's like just so, it's pretty wild. Like we always suspend belief in movies, right?
This is a step by step.
Really stands out when they try to do these serious things.
Yeah,
How to make
They're
yourself
really
better
doing a
version.
black
You can see why I
ticket.
like reading this
I hope so.
every year. Right? And actually approach the market level.
It's called Tuck.
Excitement. Enthusiasm. I know
It's
it's
a movie about somebody's wallet.
trying to figure out how to get past those
I have a
obstacles I
very
created for myself.
set of skills to stay the fuck
Let's have
away
a
from
look
my
at
family.
an example of this. So here, this is actually from chapter 4. There are 10 chapters, and I
Very
should also
fun.
mention, by
Well,
the way,
Ari, I mean, you absolutely fucking destroyed. You did it again, Ari.
Because
Ladies and
in order
gentlemen.
to do this topic specifically, not like talking about carrying
We're going into
barrels,
overtime here. Let's get
what's in
one
the barrels,
more
how far you
fucking
carry
pull
it.
up here. Make some noise for Kelly Lusk, everyone. Kelly Lusk.
So
Our 10th
into a
fucking
lot of
goal.
amazing things like what difference does it make when you do children?
Hello, everyone.
It makes a lot of a difference. In the beginning of chapter 3, a very
So,
short passage, he
I
talks
have
about how
this gay friend,
the
and he's
entire
gotten into
world
some
is
pretty
kind of like
wild
balanced on
butt
a
stuff
fine
lately.
point.
So
Whether
now
it
whenever
has
he farts,
a
it just
majority
goes.
of positive merits or a majority of
Tony
demerits.
has the same thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Tony?
Tiny
Yeah, he's
balance
probably
is
over there
ever changed, that
peeing right now.
ecosystem of goodness is
My
ever
friend's name is
damaged.
David, but I call him Anal Cave Dave.
So, he
I
has
think
to
that's
go into a
appropriate.
lot of philosophical concepts in this book. He has to talk
And
about
then he recently told me that he started getting
what is the
into
meaning of good
feet.
and evil?
He likes sucking on toes. And I was like, oh man, if somebody was like sucking on my toe,
About
the only thing I could think about is when I go get a pedicure, the fucking cheese grater they bring out to grate the
Welcome.
marchon off of my feet.
Especially
It's
if
like
God
an Olive
is
Garden,
omniscient
people.
and
How are you?
already knows
Tell
what
me
we're
when.
gonna do. Doesn't that say
Okay,
that
I'm done.
we don't have free will?
Yo, dog.
Because already found out.
How'd you find out about me? Hey, just one moment. I'm here.
We've been saved by a lot of golden ticket winners and regulars.
Yo, pimp. What's good, son?
How was that? I was curious. I saw him and I was like very curious.
I found you on the ego server, okay?
Okay.
You were in the BC for kind of a while, so I went to look in your Discord server.
Welcome. How are you?
I was reading it up, right? Your story is actually pretty inspiring.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself in person?
Yeah, sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Ray, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Oh, I have actually. Wait, yeah, I haven't seen that one in like 2 years, actually.
All right, well, great. Well, that's essentially what I do. My entire life is on camera for the world to view. I want everyone in the world to recognize that we're not all that different and that we have a lot more that unites us as a species than that which divides us. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends, I'm going to make all your family independently wealthy. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds pretty good. I like that.
Amazing. Some of the things that I talk about are things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to benefit the people there. I want to continue projects like that. I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable.
Oh, that's nice. Are you on like multiple like Discord servers?
Yeah, I'm in like half a dozen simultaneously.
Wait, but like, how is that possible though? Like how much like how was I saying, like how many like devices do you have?
33.
That's like kind of like constantly running.
33.
33.
Word.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying that's like a bad thing, but like that's kind of it's kind of good that you're doing it because it's for world peace. And like like my friend Jupiter's here has like a couple questions that actually.
Excellent. What up, Jupes?
Wait,
maybe they
I don't know
don't.
why he left.
That's okay.
Do you mind if I go back real quick?
Absolutely. Feel free to do whatever you need to do.
Oh yeah, I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
Curious how that went.
Yeah, oh, it's great. We love Sir Winston.
Fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
See it. You might want to skip your part. Callie, last time you were on, you brought an adorable picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her sister looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like
A
her.
Samoan boy.
Like her.
Is your sister Rosie O'Donnell?
So many comments about the Rosie O'Donnell. A lot of comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Let's see. Something really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like weird like noises make me go into a rage. It's normally like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Yeah, exactly. That.
All right, Redman.
It makes you go from like 0 to like I will fucking murder you if you don't
Okay.
stop. Like that.
And have you, and what's the angriest that you've gotten in public or something? Like, what's
Okay,
the
so
worst
I
that
was
you've done?
working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again. And like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever. And she just kept doing it and I just turned around and I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm gonna smack you in the face. I just totally went off on her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Madness is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go.
Nice.
All right, Kelly, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lusk, your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I Am Frank was very sad. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the all-time record holder for appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian. A man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson had my favorite amusement ride, the Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 420? It's like 10:45 a.m. Well, here's a quick stoner hack. Go to your oven set to 420 degrees. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything to cook. And then when you're done smoking, you're like, I want to keep smoking. No problem. Keep your oven at 420.
So here's an example.
Saddest thing was standing in line at Dollar General and out of nowhere turned gay.
Because these are things that people
Okay,
take seriously.
I turned gay, Tony, at the Dollar General.
They don't even
But why? Why would you do that?
I was at the Dollar General, isn't that what happens? People just turn gay. I thought people just turn gay.
But why? Why would
Born that way?
Why would they?
People are to turn gay.
Why would they turn gay at Dollar General?
Because I'm at the Dollar General, standing in line. I'm thinking, I don't know, but that's just where I turn gay. So my story in my head, that was what it was. I just turned gay.
What were you getting at the Dollar General? What do you like to shop for at Dollar General?
Hawaiian punch.
Yeah. What else? What else do you like to get at Dollar General?
Marshmallows. I love marshmallows, Hawaiian punch.
Okay. What else do you get at Dollar
Cream
General?
spinach is always good there in the cans.
Alright.
Milk, 2% milk.
For example,
Okay.
steal someone's You're on the phone with them.
Maybe a toy or something. I don't know, Tony. But yeah,
What kind of toys? What kind of toys that you bought at Dollar General?
oh man, you get the little Legos. This guy doesn't want to hear about it.
You didn't respect their
Shit.
they want to.
It is such an odd time to use the restroom.
Make yourself crazy about this. You can go
Is that
on
your
and on.
husband, sir?
Think about, oh my gosh, all the things I did. Nevertheless, let's not
Doing
forget
a little
what
crowd.
This
This guy's on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I have to get my clogged carotid arteries, so I'm trying to live life to the fullest. I have 10 years.
That's a pretty strong statement.
The doctors gave him 10 years to live.
Through the process.
So just trying to live life to the fullest and having a good time. And it was raining. It was so weird. I actually was at one of those camps.
That's why my mind is so helpful.
I was helping look for people. There's 100 people dead, William. I was helping looking for people. Did you see the article today about the Navy diver of an helicopter? I was with that guy.
What were you doing exactly with him?
I was lowering the rope down. I was on this pulley system and I had to lower the rope down really fast. And
Is there
then
video of
it
this?
up and I do it back up.
Oh my God, you're in charge of that?
I saw someone.
How many
I was doing all the rowing and they're like, okay, this guy's going to be strong enough. And yeah, I helped save 100 people this weekend.
Wow, amazing. I'm surprised nobody clapped for that. That's
Yeah, a little fucked up.
Had an intellectual
Little fucked up.
have a generous opinion.
So, what types of people did you save? What did they look like?
Oh my gosh, it was, well, this was a bunch of whites. I was thinking maybe Hispanic people or something, but it was mainly white people in these camps.
Very interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so many white people in camps?
Phenomenal.
I don't know. Honkies be crazy, man. I mean, honkies, I don't know. I was scared to get homesick, so I only went to day camps growing up.
My mom says,
What did you like to read?
by the way,
Are you still pottery camps? You want to look at the lake? All kinds of stuff. I'm trying to think of more stuff.
Some stuff that you look at your camera.
and the master tool rock.
Red band help.
Red band can't help you this thing. It can't be part of this thing. You gotta just think of things on your own.
A master tool.
What did you do at the camp? How do you name some more things you get at Dollar General then? Some of those
Sorry, I'm freezing out.
Oh, I like yours. Okay.
The sage is
Maybe,
not in the place where
basketball.
Oh, they got basketballs for $1?
Yes, at Dollar General.
Are they like tiny
the
basketballs? Okay.
level is greater
What
than the level
else?
of those who have
Maybe
never
a motherfucking.
because they
Live action
the
Snow
master
White
tool
doll.
conquered their
No,
evil
not that,
nature, so they
dumbass.
didn't
God, you gotta really fucking butcher a fun thing Tony and I are doing together, dumbass. Fucking idiot.
Goes back to something we talked about
Maybe a
earlier.
motherfucking marble.
My Maimonides relies
A single
Fun. Yeah,
most of the
no.
things he said are drawn straight from the
Yeah,
But
maybe
scholars in Maimonides know, and many on this talk, scholars in Maimonides
These
know
people are not
that
entertaining.
looking very carefully at Maimonides' text,
I'm sweating
what
and
You are. Your carotid artery is acting up.
I know my neck has got some hurting now, Tony. It feels like my neck. It feels like I can feel the plaque in my neck. So.
point of view. So this passage here about the master of Judah, a place where a master of Judah stands, not even a completely righteous stand, that's in the Talmud, yes. And you know what?
What else do you get at Dollar General?
It's a, not at all.
Shit, Tony. I mean, I've been getting a bunch of.
Why did you say that someone who did sin now repented? I love that.
Still stuck
Why
on
would
one,
you say
Tony.
that's
It's been
better
a
than a
month.
person who never
What's
sinned
the
at all?
puzzle that you're stuck on right now?
It has all these women's hands with different colored fingernail polish.
Oh,
They're like grabbing stuff on a table, and it's like a couple lobsters, there's different seafood items, but the hands are hard as fuck, and the table's a white table, so it's just a really hard puzzle. So I'm about to call it quits.
There are some people who feel that
And I bought two more, so I have two more ready in the chamber, but I'm about to call quits on this one.
You got puzzles in the chamber.
I got two of them in the chamber, Tony.
Oh, wow.
if a
You got
person
puzzles
has
in the
sinned in
chamber.
the past and has
Oh
overcome
my goodness, what are the
that
other puzzles that you have in the chamber?
I'm really looking forward to the one. It's basically just a refrigerator. It's just a bunch of different foods
Did it go better last time?
in the refrigerator.
What types of foods are in the refrigerator?
For those of us
We're talking I don't know, sandwiches.
Did it go better last time? William Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The red goat is thriving. Business is booming. The
Drawing from Ryan J. Evelt is in. Make some goddamn noise so the great Fitzsimmons is going to La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey, Fitzdog.com, FITZDOJ.com. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew up tonight, live in house.
Thank you very much for attending.
Yes, boos from the crowd. Very good. As if though you actually had to make that noise. You can't do it. You want to fall in love. Your ethnicity.
Welcome to Texas.
All right, thank you. I've been here 5 years, but yes, thank you for the big welcome.
It's nice. Hey, welcome.
What are you on? That's the question.
Oh, I smoke a hell of weed.
You smoke a hell of weed, but where do you get this energy from?
I got like hair all over it.
Yeah, dude, it's
free
you have to shave it regularly. I've been shaving since I was 3 months old.
You have to shave it.
To like not scare people, but you gotta go like all the way under your eye, down the corner. Yeah, to see like it's really works this way.
John D's also smokes a hell of a lot of weed.
Yeah, but his weed is white. His weed is green. John, here you go, buddy. Here's a little joke book coming at you. John Bechtel, ladies and gentlemen. There goes John Bechtel. That's some wild bucket holes here tonight. All right, here's another one. This is a very interesting name yet again. And the name is I Am Frank. It stands for I Am Frank.
Hello, Kill Tony Universe. It's great to be back.
There's so many fascinating topics that
unfortunately
are
my
coming
comedy will
together.
take a huge step
But
forward.
maybe give us the
If I
physics
told
the
jokes
same way
that my
that
audience,
they arose
you know,
to,
found more relatable.
from those situations, and hopefully
That's why I no longer trust black people.
behind them, and they were able to move forward. That the New York Times soon we will be able to as well. Thank you so much, Rabbi, and thank you for organizing this
No,
talk.
relax, folks. It's only jokes. It's only jokes, and that joke is funny. D-Madness.
I'm a historian, so
Welcome.
I spend most of my time thinking about things that already happened.
How you living, Pam? What's good, son? Okay.
So she wants to ask that question.
Ask me what you'd like.
I just had one question. Why this server out of a bunch of other Discord servers?
I'm in like 12 different servers at once. It's a huge server.
Oh, what other servers are you in other than this one?
Aiden Ross's, the Fishbowl one, Socialize. I'm in any big server that they'll let me be in.
Or do you just choose the bigger servers to get more popularized?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Smart. That was my only question. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Here's a question part of it, but Mr. Sim did ask me.
So, what makes art look so? When did you start all this, and what makes you keep on going? Like what's your inspiration?
Great question. It started during the pandemic. I'm a certified project management professional, and my job went remote. And so I was spending a lot of time on camera, doing web calls and such. And I just got more comfortable being on camera. I was already on camera anywhere from like 8 to 12 hours a day, sometimes as many as 16. And I just figured, well, you know what? Why not just keep the camera on and make it 24 hours? And my inspiration is world peace. That's a big one. This gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace and futurology, good ideas and such. But additionally, I know the value of data, and I know that this stream may make me the most popular person and thus the most famous and perhaps the wealthiest person on earth someday.
Oh, wow. How many followers do you have?
On Twitch, 40,000. Instagram, 10,000. Like it depends on what platform.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And how long were you on Twitch for exactly?
I'm live on Twitch right now. I'm live 24/7 on Twitch.
24/7. How many viewers do you have?
I don't know. I'm not looking at that screen right now.
Okay. Well, I have to go to the bathroom. Give me like 5 more minutes, okay?
Do what you need to do, pimp.
Because I too am a. No, relax, folks. It's only jokes. It's only jokes, and that joke is funny. D-Madness. Because I too am a black man. Didn't want to leave him in the dark on that one. No, okay. I don't think everyone here in Austin is racist, but it's hard not to feel that way when you've seen the things I've seen. Someone called me the N-word in traffic. Yeah, I cut him off, but he got unusually perturbed. Started yelling slurs, swiped me. He even threw banana peels at my car. That's when I said, I will never play Mario Kart online in the city again. No. Yes, I have.
Okay. Did it go better last time?
It went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Okay. What does that mean exactly?
It went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Someone just pointed out that his zipper's down, and that is very sad. We've really taken a turn here. It's very, very interesting what's happening tonight. Some very rugged bucket pools. I don't know if they're underprepared or if maybe the nerves are getting to them. How do you feel, Frank, right now? How do you feel? You're looking out there into the crowd. You're staring at them deep in their souls.
Bro, we're here. We're on Kill Tony.
You are correct. What's up with the wrap around your arm there? Did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
It's very tragic.
What?
I donated. I donated plasma today.
Okay,
Yeah.
You do that to make money.
From time to time, I do it.
How much money did you get from your plasma today?
Not sure.
You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today?
You know, it's not about the money for me, Tony. I'm in it for the love of the game.
All right. Frank, me today?
You know, it's not about the money.
You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically from your plasma today?
Not sure.
You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today?
You know, it's not about the money for me, Tony. I'm in it for the love of the game.
All right. Frank, you got a little joke book last time? We're just going to keep it moving, Frank. How about a hand for Frank, everybody? I am Frank. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix the momentum in the room right now by doing something absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring to the stage a man who is eventually going to be a citizen of the United States of America. A man who remains at this moment the Estonian assassin. This is a brand new set from the one and only Ari Matti.
You know how they're like diversifying all the movie franchises now? They're making like a gay James Bond. He's gotta suck so much dick to get those passwords. They're doing Taken, you know, Taken with Liam Neeson. They're doing one with a black dad. The phone just keeps ringing. Sorry, baby. Had to make a stop. Feminists are upset. They're trying to cancel the new Catwoman movie that's coming out because the new Catwoman is Zoe Kravitz. A banging bitch. And the feminists are saying, why does Catwoman always have to be some supermodel? Why couldn't Catwoman be like a plus-size model? She needs to climb. You ever see a fat cat? Bitch, you can't be Catwoman. You can be Garfield. Thank you so much.
There is levels to this, ladies and gentlemen. And there he is, the arrival. Look at that shirt. You're so patriotic. Goddamn right. That's right. That's a
Happy 4th of July, you know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
I'm so excited. It was my first Independence Day.
And tell us what did you do? How did you enjoy it?
Well, it was just fun being in a country where I can celebrate victory for once. In Estonia, we don't have any of that fucking woohoo! We did it! Every one of our holidays is like on this day. 50,000 men, women, and children taken against their will. We got fucked.
Estonia gets historically kind of bullied by the bigger countries around it, huh?
Well, yeah, we're tiny.
Where are you from, DP?
Yeah, it's hard. We'll do whatever everyone else is doing.
Did you guys ever win like a big battle? Nothing like it? Nothing really?
Well, I think this is a direct
For the
result
Soviet
of you
Union
guys
collapse, we did a thing where we just sang.
Perfect. Okay.
Guess that counts.
Yeah. And you guys do that? Is that like a holiday there? It's like a singing day?
Yeah, we sing all the time. We get together, we sing these horrible songs. You know, none of them are banger.
John Deese wants you to. Is there like a famous one?
No.
You don't want to sing a little Estonian fucking.
You actually don't know any of the lyrics. That's the issue. I've literally just mumbled along my whole fucking life.
Alright. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Do you, whenever you, first of all, it's always great to see you. You're fucking great.
You're great.
But what, is there ever going to be like a homecoming? Like, is there an arena to play in Estonia? Is there like a big venue you want to go home someday and play?
Yeah, done it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an arena?
Not American standards, you know, it's
Right.
80-seater, you know, it's fucking
Okay.
one of the biggest venues we got, you know?
Nice. Very.
You packed it out.
Yeah, 81, baby.
What do you like to do when you go home?
Sauna, you know, take out sauna. I go to the ball. You ever been to a ball?
What's a bog?
A ball.
What's a bog?
You know what a ball is?
Nobody knows what a bog is.
It's like, yeah, see?
Oh, a
She
bog.
knows. A ball, yeah.
Okay.
Springs.
It's like, yes, no, not springs, but it's a dirty little spring.
It's a dirty spring. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's quiet, you know.
Yeah.
Not a lot of ethnic people. It's serene. Nobody talks too loud.
Like
Everyone wears headphones.
It's like Shrek, like swamp. Like,
Yeah, Shrek. That was a big movie for us. It was. Shrek is about an imperialistic government taking a man's swamp. It's our Schindler's List. We got that swamp back, you know what I'm saying?
jokes were just unbelievable tonight. I mean,
thanks.
probably the best set of the night. I mean, absolutely incredible. All of it's so funny. A movie-themed set, because shit is crazy out there. They are really making some movies.
Yeah, make your own shit, bitch.
Yeah, they're doing some wacky stuff.
Uh-huh.
I watched Gladiator 2, and Denzel Washington's just in it. He's just in it throughout, and it just is impossible to not every time just go like, what's going on? What are we doing here? Just a regular old Roman black guy.
As we know. Yeah, no one's acting weird. Everyone's like, sure, tell us what to do.
He's giving orders to other Romans and stuff. It's like just so, it's pretty wild. Like we always suspend belief in movies, right? But like really stands out when they try to do these serious things.
Yeah.
They're really doing a black Taken.
I hope so.
It's called Took.
It's a movie about somebody's wallet.
I have a very set of skills to stay the fuck away from my family.
Very fun. Well, Ari, I mean, you absolutely fucking destroyed. You did it again, Ari. Ladies and gentlemen. We're going into overtime here. Let's get one more bucket full up here. Make some noise for Kelly Lusk, everyone. Kelly Lusk. Our 10 bucket full.
Hello, everyone. So, I have this gay friend, and he's gotten into some pretty wild butt stuff lately. So now whenever he farts, it just goes... Tony has the same thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Tony? Yeah, he's probably over there eating right now. My friend's name is David, but I call him Anal Cave Dave. I think that's appropriate. And then he recently told me that he started getting into feet. He likes sucking on toes. I was like, oh man, if somebody was like sucking on my toe, the only thing I could think about is when I go get a pedicure, the fucking cheese grater they bring out to grate the Parmesan off of my feet. It's like at Olive Garden, people. Just tell me when. Okay, I'm done.
Fucking disgusting.
I know.
Kelly Lusk. Right back to that bucket. We have a demented bucket here tonight. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to it. We have been saved by a lot of golden ticket winners and regulars. Sir Winston Pickles was the highlight of the bucket.
How was that? I was
You know
curious.
Sir Winston Pickles?
Well, I saw them and I was like very curious how that went.
Yeah, oh, it's great. We love Sir Winston Pickles.
Fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Yep. You're
Yeah.
gonna see it. You might want to skip your part. Callie, last time you were on, you brought an adorable picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her sister looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like
A
her.
Samoan boy.
Like her.
Is your sister Rosie O'Donnell?
Which are actually like conducted interviews.
So many comments about the Rosie O'Donnell. A lot of comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Let's see. Something really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like weird like noises make me go into a rage. It's normally like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Yeah, exactly that.
All right, Red Man.
It makes you go from like 0 to like I will fucking murder you if you don't
Okay.
stop, like that.
And have you, and what's the angriest that you've gotten in public or something? Like, what's
Okay,
the
so
worst
I
that you've
was
done?
working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again. And like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever. And she just kept doing it and I just turned around. I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm going to smack you in the face. I just totally went off on her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Team Madness is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go.
Nice.
All right, Kelly, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lusk.
Musk, your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I Am Frank was very sad. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the all-time record holder for appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian, a man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson had my favorite amusement ride, the Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 420? It's like 10:45 a.m. Well, here's a quick stoner hack. Go to your oven set to 420 degrees. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything to cook. And then when you're done smoking, you're like, I want to keep smoking. No problem. Keep your oven at 420. Saddest thing was standing in line at Dollar General and out of nowhere turned gay. Okay, I turned gay, Tony, at the Dollar General.
But why? Why would you do that?
I was at the Dollar General. Isn't that what happens? People just turn gay? I thought people just turn gay.
But why? Why would
that way?
Why would they?
People are just turn gay.
Why would they turn gay at Dollar General?
Because I'm at the Dollar General, standing in line. I'm thinking, I don't know. That's just where I turn gay.
Hands-free headsets.
So my story in my head, that was what it was. I just turned gay.
What were you getting at the Dollar General? What do you like to shop for at Dollar General?
Hawaiian Punch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What else? What else do you like to get at Dollar General?
Oh, marshmallows. Ooh. Yeah, I love marshmallows, Hawaiian Punch.
Okay, what else do you get at Dollar General?
Cream spinach is always good there in the cans.
Ooh. All right.
Milk, 2% milk.
Okay.
Maybe a toy or something. I don't know, Tony. But yeah.
What kind of toys? What kind of toys that you bought at Dollar General?
Oh man, you get the little Legos. This guy doesn't want to hear about any of it, Tony. Wow. The shit.
It is such an odd time to use the restroom.
Is that your husband, sir? Oh, you wish.
Wow. Doing a little crowd work over here. This guy's on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I have, again, my clogged carotid arteries, so I'm trying to live life to the fullest. I have 10 years.
The doctors gave him 10 years to live.
Yep. So, just trying to live life to the fullest and having a good time, and it was raining. It was so... I actually was at one of those camps.
Oh, no. No, there's
no, the
100.
I was helping look for people.
There's 100 people dead, William.
I was helping looking for people. Did you see the article today about the Navy diver up in the helicopter? I was with that guy.
What were you doing exactly with him?
I was lowering the rope down. It was on this pulley system, and I had to lower the rope down really fast. And
Is there video of this?
Up, and I do it back up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You're in charge of that?
Yes.
How many
They knew I was doing all the rowing, and they're like, okay, this guy's going to be strong enough. And yeah, I helped save 100 people this weekend.
Wow. Amazing. I'm surprised nobody clapped for that. That's incredible.
Yeah, a little fucked up.
So, what types of people did you save? What did they look like?
Oh, my gosh. This was a bunch of whites. I was thinking maybe Hispanic people or something, but it's mainly white people at these camps.
Very interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so many white people at camps?
I don't know. Honkies be crazy, man. I mean, hockey. I don't know. I was always scared of getting homesick, so I only went to day camps growing up.
Ooh, day camp.
Yeah,
What would you do?
day camp.
What did you like to do at day camp?
Fuck, I used to love making pottery at day camp. I used to love going in the lake. All kinds of stuff. It was really fun. I'm trying to think of more stuff.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Think of some stuff that you love to do at the camp. Name something.
Red Band, help me.
No, Red Band can't help you. That can't be part of the thing. You got to just think of things on your own. What would you do at the camp? Why don't you name some more things you get at Dollar General then?
I'm sorry, I'm freezing up for freezing up. Though.
Maybe a motherfucking slinky.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to do, yo. Maybe a motherfucking candy ball. Ooh, I like this. Ooh, okay. Maybe basketball. Oh, they got basketballs for $1?
Yes, at Dollar General.
Are they like tiny basketballs? Okay.
What else?
Maybe a motherfucking
Live-action Snow White doll.
No, not that, dumbass. God, you know how to really fucking butcher a fun thing Tony and I are doing together, dumbass.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Maybe a motherfucking marble. Yeah. A single
banana. Yeah. Maybe an apple.
These people are not entertaining.
And I'm sweating and
You are. Your carotid arteries acting up.
I know my neck is constantly hurting now, Tony. It feels like my neck. It feels like I can feel the plaque in my neck. So. Wow. It's fun to be here, Tony.
What else do you get at Dollar General, William?
Shit, Tony. I mean, I've been getting a bunch of puzzles.
He loves puzzles.
I know. I'm still stuck on one, Tony. It's been a month.
What's the puzzle that you're stuck on right now?
It has all these women's hands with different colored fingernail polish.
Whoa.
They're like grabbing stuff on a table, and it's like a couple lobsters, there's different seafood items, but the hands are hard as fuck, and the table's a white table, so it's just a really hard puzzle, so I'm about to call it quits. And I bought 2 more, so I have 2 more ready in the chamber, but I'm about to call it quits on this one.
You got puzzles in the chamber.
I got 2 of them in the chamber, Tony.
Oh, wow. You got puzzles in the chamber. Oh, my goodness. What are the other puzzles that you have in the chamber, William?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the one. It's like somebody just opened a refrigerator. So it's a bunch of different foods in the refrigerator.
What types of foods are in the refrigerator?
Fuck, we're talking watermelon, Daddy! Whoa! I don't know, sandwiches, all different kinds of stuff.
William Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The red goat is thriving. Business is booming. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. Make some goddamn noise for the great Greg Fitzsimmons. He's going to La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Fitzdog.com, FITZDOG.com. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew up tonight, live in-house. Ooh, Ari Maddie, look at that. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Thank you to Nicotine Pouches and Open Phone. This was so much. Did you guys have fun tonight? So did we, Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, sunsetstripatx.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony and
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? And that is indeed keep it going for the best damn band in the land. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Cheesy Chalupa, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Big Mike, everybody. Gets a little bit bigger every week. How about Matt Muelling on the electric guitar? This is John Bees on the keys. And that is indeed D-Madness live in the flesh. You are here. Kill Tony brought to you by Knit and Open Phone tonight. We have a lot of other amazing sponsors. Here's a little bit more from them before we start the greatest show on earth. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Every single week, I book one or two of the funniest people in the world. This is a one-guest episode because he's literally one of the best in the history of the show. For those of you that have been watching for the last 12 years, you will probably note that this guy is one of the record holders for all-time appearances as a guest on the show. I grew up on this guy, listening to him on Howard Stern. When I started at the Comedy Store 18 years ago, I realized, wow, without a doubt, one of the best stand-up comedians on planet Earth. 12 years ago when we started the show, he began as a guest. He's back tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how loud this place can get for the great and powerful Greg Fitzsimmons, everybody. One of the best. One of the best to ever do it. The great and powerful FitzDog.com for tickets. La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. He is on tour. One of the best ever. Greg Fitzsimmons. Hi, Greg.
God, thank you, Tony. Time to be here, Red Band. Nice to see you, the band. Let's fucking launch some dreams.
Let's go.
Or light up the suicide hotline. Either way.
That's what we love. We love that energy. Anything can happen. Sometimes we crush dreams. Sometimes we amplify them. Absolutely anything can happen. 201 human beings signed up for tonight's show. A little bit of a light sign up, which I find interesting. People may have gone home for the 4th of July or whatever. Now they're settling back in. But if I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview, and I'm here with truly one of my favorite people to sit on the show with, Greg Fitzsimmons, and also Red Band is here.
And that is it. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna start it with the golden ticket winner to get us started, everybody. And then we will get to the great bucket of destiny. But this guy won a golden ticket a couple years ago. Very, very Jewy.
So we know what you know. We read the comments too. We're not going to save the show. This is like when a marriage is failing, so you adopt two fun children. Even just
Dad's been really struggling with trans pronouns, but he finally got it right, dude. He said, "I hate them." I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, good job.
Jewish gregariousness drives us back together, and we're able to do it with things
I like trans people, dude. I get it. I want a new dick too, man. I hate my dick, dude.
Potential caustic effect on Jewish civilization.
I went to a drag show for the first time. Oh my god, it was amazing, dude. I saw a lady put her foot in her butthole. I didn't even know that was an option. You didn't do that. That's real. I came up with a great name for a Jewish drag queen. Would you like to hear it? Auschwitz. Thank you guys so much. Jack Shaw.
Very fun, Jack. Always fun to hear a new minute from you. Is that true? You talk with your dad about trans people?
Oh, he can't stand them.
Let's talk about it. I find it all so interesting. He's still in Los Angeles, correct?
That's right.
So he's surrounded by them.
Everywhere.
And how does this come up? Does he see them and brings it up to you?
He goes to Starbucks in Silver Lake, and he calls me, and he says, "I hate it here." It makes him so upset. It makes him really angry.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great Fitzsimmons.
Do they order the half calf when they're in
Why do you think your dad goes to the Starbucks in Silver Lake? He likes just regular old Starbucks of all the coffee shops around there.
He stands by Starbucks. Yeah, he loves it.
Interesting.
So interesting.
What does he get for those? Normal, burnt ass, regular, fucking nasty coffee?
He gets an ice shake and espresso because my dad's a little girl.
It's a pretty good drink, actually.
It's so good. Well, it's okay. You're a gay guy.
Oh my God, how dare you? God damn it, you're about to start a whole new Holocaust. You keep that up. Now, do you really hate your dick? You said you hate your dick at one point during this segment.
I don't hate my dick. It's fine. It's a fine dick.
Is it a fine dick? Now, describe what you mean by fine exactly. Describe your dick for the millions of people watching.
Right. So have you guys seen a dick before? It's sort of like that.
I feel like if you had a nice dick, it would be the only really good part of your body. You're just sort of mushy.
I
don't mean that in a mean way.
I don't mean that in a mean way.
You don't think of AIDS? Oh my God, Jack Shaw. Oh my God, you're wilting.
Let's just say I hang out at a Starbucks and
respect your elders, Jack Shaw.
Oh, he's so old though.
Oh my God,
how old am I?
So old.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
How old are you?
59.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like 72.
Oh my God, Jack, take it easy.
I know. I'm sorry. It's tough coming from a kid who dresses like he's in 8th grade. Oh my God.
So Jack, what
I like the part of my pants that can hold a hammer.
Right. Yeah, that's the awesome thing. Dress like you have a job. So it's like work boots and a fucking trucker hat.
Right.
Jack, how's life going? Connect with us over here. What's going on in life?
What's going on in life? My girlfriend and I did mushrooms together.
Whoa, you seem like you'd be a fucking real fun guy to do mushrooms with.
I had a bad time.
Let's talk about it. Tell us all about it.
I thought I had a pussy, dude. I'm sorry.
We're finding out why you hate your dick real quick. This
I
makes
got
sense.
so scared, I swear to God, I thought it was a clitoris.
Did you just do it at home? Did you go somewhere?
We were at the beach.
Which beach?
In Ventura.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so right on the ocean.
Right, that's where the beach is.
You had a real fucking attitude tonight, buddy.
Hard. It's a fun show.
Since when do the Jews just shoot shots at everybody, every which direction, just attacking?
It's kind of
To
happening.
your left, to your right, everyone around you. When did the Jews start firing off missiles like this? Every fucking. I feel like we should help you with some of these. We should perhaps, as true Americans, we should give you some weapons for you to fire off, and then you can just say what we give you.
You're funding it, dude.
Goddamn right.
You guys are making this happen.
You are right. So you're at the beach. Is your girlfriend Jewish too?
No, she's Christian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever talk about how? Do you ever talk about how your ancestors killed Jesus?
Oh, well, we sometimes we role play. Yeah, she's Jesus and I'm everybody else.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Well, fun times, Jack. You got the show started. Congratulations. Welcome. You did it again. Golden ticket winner, Jack Shaw. And it has begun. And now we go to the bucket. This is where things get interesting. This is it. We're going to meet him. This first bucket full all together. Make some noise for Jesse Saldana. Jesse Saldana, perhaps.
I recently realized I'm ready to be a dad because I got this girl pregnant.
Yet somehow you know
But this was 2 years ago. Right after Rosie Wade got on the
you say them
I'm
feelings
pregnant.
anyway.
We only got one choice, I guess. And I think it's the first time I realized I was ready to be a dad.
He said he needed a week and a half to recover from being on the road with Bert, that you're dealing with some seriously life-threatening habits here. The best part is it's probably all tax deductible. That's right, we're all indirectly subsidizing Bert's premature death. If that's not the most perfect irony you've ever heard, I don't know what is. What could possibly be a better use of taxpayer money? And how did they not realize that giving guys like Chrissy and Stubby a video demanding they cover certain topics would backfire? Did he really think they were just going to let it play and follow his directions? They literally spent several minutes roasting him before the producer even pressed play on the video. And then once it started, they barely got a few seconds in before Stubby told them to pause it so he could roast Bert some more.
After a hard-fought battle, eventually
I would love for you guys to talk about Indian people today. I related to a bunch of Indian people. Everybody knows this was like ironically outsourcing Indian racism. He's like, why don't you guys try and say something to get your careers rolling on? And when a guy like Bert said it, let's keep going. I'm, by the way, not doing that. 100% not just giving my thoughts on a race carte bond. But anyway, let's keep moving. What else we got, John? People always Indian men are the Indian men are race. I'm never had a Indian kids. He's still right, cause this again. Now he's kind of reverse psychology trying to get us to be racist. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's off camera like telling me what to say, back it up, back it up. It's just smart. So any stories about Indian people, any stats about Indian people, any incidents about Indian people, I want to do that one. I would love for you guys to break down America's greatest holiday and then take it head to head with what you believe is the world's greatest holiday, whether it be Carnival in Brazil or the day they throw tomatoes or running on the beach. You guys talking about Lexus and luxury cars. Yeah. What luxury car you want to buy? What really you want to buy this Tom's the talking points. I hope you guys had a great episode. I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for doing this. Look at that. Yeah, pause, by the way. That's him realizing what a mistake he's made giving us this podcast. Folks over on. He was like, I saw Stavros talking about some Indian guy. Maybe he likes Indian people. That's not your body. That's my actual body. They had no problem using it. Then they went to your, I guess, your search history. Yeah, they found that. Yeah, they literally, that's, you saw me there tonight, and then they picked some rip guy, they just gave me a bare head of the yarmulke.
These technologies, ironically, in many ways, is very similar to our own time. Let's look specifically at how the Jews encountered this period. So one of the things that Jews often believe is that there was some kind of Jewish relative immunity to the plague for one of several reasons. It turns out that none of these reasons actually have any scientific basis. For example, the notion that Jews were cleaning. That is probably true because Jews...
Finally, someone called out Bert's obsession with race. He's that guy who will stop and chat to some random ethnic-looking person at the supermarket just to ask them where they're from and then proceed to tell them all about a trip he went on to that country and how amazing the food was. Don't forget, this is the guy who has openly admitted that his fantasy is to get railed by a bunch of black dudes. This man has a wife and adult daughters, for fuck's sake. But could you imagine how much harder Chrissy and Stuffy would have gone on Bert if he wasn't paying them? I love how they completely ignored Bert's attempt at throwing Tom under the bus by bringing up his infamous watch and supercar collection and decided to just shit on Bert instead. And here's something you've probably never heard me say before. As the podcast went on, things only got better. They would have recorded this 2 or 3 weeks ago when the whole Epstein-Miles saga was at its peak. You know, when DJ T told everyone to shut the fuck up and enjoy the fireworks. And so when it came up, they straight away ended on Tom and Bert, speculating how they would feel about the Epstein list controversy. And once again, they nailed it.
The guy Dan Bongino from the head of the deputy director of the FBI, he's another Richard Queens guy. But he's also those guys got so cocked that they pretend the Epstein list didn't happen. I know, I saw that today. I think it's more relieved for Tom. I think Tom would do it to get into the Illuminati. Yes. And I think Bert could be peer pressured. I think Bert would want to be a Bert. They're like, oh, we thought you were cool, man. Yeah. I think even Tom would just be soberly having some food. And like, this would be a 10-year deal with Netflix, right? Like, hey, Bert, like, you know, you just have to go here. It'll be a really good tour promo for free. The mindset of those two guys are like Tom always believed this was going to be his life. It was always going to be fancy. It was going to be a multi-million. I respect that. Where Bert cannot believe this happened. You can't believe he made that a Tallahassee, which is all fake.
Who will be kidding here? We all know that every single one of these guys would be at the front of the line, ready to go if they were ever invited. I mean, fuck. Bobby Lee kept telling the Tijuana story to anyone who would listen for years until people finally started asking questions. So he had to make that cringe-ass public apology and convince everyone it was all made up. Tim Dillon has basically admitted that he'd be down for some Epstein action, and Joe Rogan recently said on his own podcast that it's a genius way to blackmail people. It reminds me of that old Norm Macdonald Bill Cosby joke. Let's just say, the worst part isn't the hypocrisy. I've said this before, I think it's only a matter of time before allegations start coming out of the Austin comedy scene. I don't know who exactly or what the allegations will be, but there is no way that all those big ego comedy assassins are keeping it professional around all those vulnerable open micers. And don't think for a second we've forgotten about this joke.
You made 100. You're sucking my you make hope from Julie. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Yeah, you know, say my you make a call for you.
The basement of the Catholic synagogue houses the original German section.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Can you hear me?
Attended by a black rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy.
And now the guy laughing hysterically at Joey Diaz's Predator stories owns his very own comedy club. Why the fuck would we listen to a word these guys have to say about Jeffrey Epstein? It's like they've forgotten the internet exists. Rogan's been begging Joey to move to Austin for years. The whole thing is a disaster waiting to happen. But let's get back to that new little 2 Bears 1 Cave because I've got a few suggestions of my own.
Primarily a more comfortable place with heated
If you have what you want us to talk about, if you have comedy you want to do, if you have like, is there stuff you want us to, should we look into, should we do a segment every episode? It's like, how would we improve?
and you may
Is there stuff you want us to do? Is there stuff? Is there things that Bert Tom have done that you want us to comment on? You hate this even more than the regular show. That's probably what's going to happen. Okay, this already 2 Bears 1 Cave is always going down, already going down, and then you bring in Chris and Stog and they talk about burglary for an hour. Now you want to watch the shooting and Nazis? That's the show.
All right, soft pitch. Here's what you should do. You know how the YMH podcast is mostly just Tom and Christina reacting to videos of weirdos, right? Well, that's exactly what you should do on 2 Bears 1 Cave for the next 6 weeks, except there's only one condition. All the videos you react to have to be of Tom and Bert. It'll be like a 6-week-long roast of Tom and Bert, and every week you can go harder and harder. The goal is for Tom to cancel you before the end of the 6 weeks. It'll be like podcast cringe invading YMH Studios. Fuck, I'll send you the clips myself. Just say the word, and I'm not even joking a little bit. We can start with Bert saying he wants to hit his wife for not being hot enough for Instagram, then we can move into reading some of Tom's rage tweets, and finally we can get to Tom telling all his poor fans to stop whining about their rent and figure it the fuck out. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be when all those episodes get more views than regular 2 Bears episodes? Honestly, Tom would probably keep it going just for the ad revenue. I mean, he already owns half of these guys' podcasts anyway. Tom's the real business shark here, am I right? Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon so you can watch my breakdown of Shane Gillis at the ESPYs. Also, if you enjoyed today's video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Bites. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And they would go around.
Is maybe the fattest guy I've ever seen in my life. And like, fat in a way that he, like, his body composition makes Bert look like a
Here's some absolutely terrifying examples of the artwork that came out of the Black Plague. This particular series represents death as a egalitarian erotic all levels of society.
Everybody, I was thinking about the first time the Congress had to come up with age of consent. That'd be like 100 wigs or something. That'd be a rough day, I think, fellas. It's like some guy coming up first, like, from Rhode Island, 12. And I was like, ew, no, dude. I don't know why I had to go first on this one. It was like the hardest one to go first on. Just talking shit.
Jews are featured here being publicly burned because it was believed that they were at the center of this. There's actually a lot of connections to modern day thought, specifically in the notion of a conspiracy theory that Jews had found some other partners that they could bring into this conspiracy that was deeply misanthropic in nature. This particular example from Joshua Trachtenberg's The Devil and the Jews, a very heroic work on anti-Semitism written right at the beginning of World War II. It shows on the left a Jew wearing a sort of oriental turban. Often Christian artists use that to try and designate Jews as being exotic and different. And on the cross is the victim of a blood libel charge, the argument that Jews used to kidnap and kill Christian children in order to take their blood for various purposes. And in this particular example, in his left hand, the Jew is holding a little pouch that contains the body parts, the cast-off body parts of lepers. He's putting it in the well, and out corkscrewing from the water is some kind of devilish demon who urinates his poison back into the water, thus spreading the contagion throughout the earth. This is the idea of Jews being blamed for the illness. We see this particular theme of Jews and connection to illness really stretch from the Black Death all the way through to the modern period. The Nazis were very fond of portraying Jews as vermin. This example here, Nazi propaganda from Poland, shows that you should be aware of Jews, be frightened of Jews because they carry typhus. And there's actually some specific connections with, here's something also from the Nazi period that gives across the conspiracy notion that at the center of das Jüdische Komplex, the Jewish conspiracy plan, there are all these different groups, and they're naming all these people, including Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, none of whom were Jewish, of course, but they're somehow connected with someone named Baruch and someone named Moses' son, who were all involved in this major world conspiracy. And just to give you a little bit of a chill, I felt this chill when this particular map was published in a British paper that also has this kind of conspiracy feel to it, of flowcharts, and although there are the sort of ominous looking silhouettes of Jews, it's clearly labeled as a very Jewish document, with Yeshiva University, Sar Academy, Young Israel portrayed as vectors along which the contagion spread. So, this was not, I think, intended as an anti-Semitic depiction, but nevertheless makes me a little nervous about things. You have to forgive me if I'm somewhat paranoid. So this is the experience primarily of Jews in the Black Death, and it resonated really for centuries afterward. The idea of the Jews to blame for disease, Jews acting in a conspiracy, these are things which we felt even in the 20th century.
Yes, really. Finally did.
Brandon, nice pants. First of all, are you going dog hunting?
I'm in camo, dude.
How was Newport?
It's pretty good, but I want to start with your shirt's alive.
Hey, there are different kinds of strength, and you have to measure strength. Okay.
When somebody is strong, let's tell he must be strong in the weight room. Hey, hold on. And then we'll move on and we'll get to the show. Shirt's alive.
No. Listen.
I don't like you, man.
Listen, I sent you a fucking video.
You have to buy this, that, Jim.
Resurgence of spirituality, in fact, he was lost to a certain similar.
Listen, hey, church fabricated, right?
You saw my hand speed. Did you see my hand speed?
Yeah, man.
Now, how many 58-year-olds do you know are shooting doubles and singles? Because that's what I did today. I went 3 rounds of wrestling.
58s are shooting blades.
3 rounds of wrestling today. I'm getting
Hey,
I'm getting strong.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, you're like,
My jiu-jitsu has ask me what my jiu-jitsu, like what informs my jiu-jitsu.
I'm going to sound like you guys you hang out with.
Yeah.
How's your jits?
Okay, my jits is good. It's got a heavy wrestling base to it.
Yeah.
My jiu-jitsu's got a heavy wrestling foundation.
When they see me picture you wrestling, like you boys always said it to me from the gym, I said, he looks like the coach from Foxcatcher. You're wearing force of the young guys wrestle.
Yeah, Steve Carell.
Yes,
oh my god. Oh my god.
That's what you look like.
Just all heavy and tight.
Shirt's alive.
No, I'm actually getting it. So I'm glad you said this because I'm starting to straighten it. I'm straightening it. Well, mentally strong and I'm not playing for too long. I'm gonna start to freak out. But other than that, wrestling wise,
but just do me a favor when I leave that shirt at the top of it, mentally strong.
No, I don't like
so I see just strong. It makes me upset.
It does make you sick.
When I just see red, dude.
Yeah. Well, if you feel froggy, please leave because I speak this language now a little bit, right? I'm Texas now.
Now,
You speak the language
I speak?
What's that?
Hamza Shemaev language.
Well,
Because I was in his camp for a little bit. I got an inside look. Is the inside
Can I get some color on that? Can I get some color on that, man?
He would kill you with his stare.
Now, how's his wrestling? Let's start with that. Because
He's the best I've ever seen.
He's got, you've seen him get some formidable competition, and he seems to do, what's the word? Very well?
Plays with his food.
He plays with his food.
Has to kill.
He plays with his food.
Plays with his food.
And his food might be high-level, pedigreed wrestlers, national champions, American national champions.
Plays with his food.
And then he plays with his food. These are probably 145ers, though. Are they 145ers? Are they 155ers? 165ers. What are they, 175? 185ers, right? 185ers. We're not talking 205. Those guys are too big. We're not talking. Come on, you're not getting over 205, are you? So you're telling me the national champion heavyweights he's playing around with?
And undefeated Chechen prospects that some people would know. All getting dealt with.
And now
It's not that they're not good.
No, they're very good. Now they're not. They're going light. There's no sparring.
You know the old folklore of shoot the box?
Yes.
They like knock each other out.
Yes.
They went, we'll take it from here.
Really?
Oh, we're gonna take a page of the third.
But they're using at least 16-ounce gloves.
You would think, right? And hit like 25?
Yeah.
MMA gloves.
MMA gloves. But they're pulling back. What are they punching at 30%?
Sure. Some people got concussed. And they're like, Chop, get in there. You know what? Good pass.
42 family man now.
42 family man. Get a suspect quad.
Oh, yeah, suspect quad.
Yes.
When you get a guy at the prime of his game like that, was there a temptation to get in there and see how the old grapple?
Yeah, I wanted to grab and wrestle with him.
You want to see what it felt like?
Yeah. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
But then it was at that time of the day, they were sparring. I'm like, I'm not that dumb.
I would say you're very smart not to, only because it's very easy to just tweak a little something.
I'm getting older now. They got me a little wiser. I went, this is an ego thing. You just want to see how you do. You stack up. Here's at the end of the day. I'm still bigger and heavier. So it's like, okay, you're gonna see how you stack up against an 85er. Like that's not cool. That's an ego thing. Even if I did semi-decent,
you still got your hands full with that guy.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, you and I would not fit in there. We joke around too much.
Yeah, well, the Dagestanis and the Chechenis they're not known. There's not a lot of stand-up comedy that comes out of Dagestan and Chechnya.
You were so serious in that.
It's also very traditional, old school mountain culture, Islam, mountain culture, isolated culture.
Yeah, there's not a lot of joking and playing around.
A lot of women around.
There's not, no one's allowed, right? So you man, women hater club. And then also, it was so serious. You know, if you remember when the Schindler's List came out, and everyone was you can't crack jokes in there. It was like that.
Yeah, that's a serious camp. A very somber camp.
Literally, I was in a show discipline in every aspect. Their warm up, everything, the timing, everything so serious.
I talked to
you just so professional, and it was literally the difference is like. Because you're fighting another grown man in the octagon, so it's serious, work. For them, it's like, I was like, this is like a job.
Yes.
Like for me, it was in
wildlife almost, right?
Job. And there's no, like when I got done sparring, I'd leave, I could reset, do my thing. There's none of that.
Bilal Muhammad told me that was his experience with the Khabib camp. It's just you train, you pray, you eat, you train, you pray, you eat, you sleep. Yeah, there's no I'll see you at the bar tonight, I'll see you at the club tonight. That shit doesn't work. You know what I didn't realize?
Let's watch a funny movie tonight. There's none of that.
You know what I didn't realize? Like I always wonder why fighters didn't drink. Like when they're training, they never drink. And I was like, it's just one drink. It's about sleep. I guess it interferes with your sleep.
100%. Yeah,
I just put that together.
No, so when people are like, especially in college, you guys like, I got drunk up past that noon and woke up at 10. I got 10 hours. Like our coach would be like, you did it. You got shit sleep for 10 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, because alcohol ruins with your reps cycle and all that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it destroys you.
I never knew that. I was like, I just thought
When you drink wine at night,
Yeah.
you're wearing your all puffy in the morning, your body's just destroyed.
That's why I don't drink anymore.
Yeah.
Literally, I don't drink anymore.
It destroys you. Those guys can touch it. There's no. And then after,
That's interesting. It makes sense too, right? Like you save yourself
I
a
can't believe you didn't know that.
I didn't know.
You're
I just
smart.
thought it was. I knew. I just thought.
It's a
Well,
discipline thing.
yeah. I thought. Well, you don't want. You want to be sharp or
No,
something.
it fucks up everything.
Everything.
Yeah, but then also like Shurikens and those boys, they're literally watching tape on opponents, DDP, other opponents, and
So Sarukian was there.
Shuriken's there. Yeah. But so he's there. You know, he doesn't have a fight coming up, but he's watching fights on potential guys, and he's watching it with no volume and over and over and over, trying to pick up tendencies. And if he sees they do it more than once or twice in a fight, then it's a tendency, and he will work on that. But if he sees they only did it once, then he's like, yeah, that's not in his repertoire. It's all they do.
Different game.
They're watching in silence, Brian. And you want to wear a shirt that says strong.
Well,
Ain't nothing strong, Bubba.
no, hold on. My practice this morning.
It was like Hamzat.
It's almost an hour.
It was like Hamzat.
When you go 3 rounds of wrestling, when you work on your speed drills in boxing, when you do burpees, when you do archetype boxing, I mean, don't step in there unless you're ready to bring your fucking game. I'm such a dick with those guys. I get in there and I'm getting, get my ass kicked, but I'm like, I'm learning a move and I go, it's in my quiver now, boys. It's in my quiver.
That's your Hamzat's kid. They'll throw you off a bridge.
They'll throw you off a bridge.
You.
Me specifically.
You. I know. Listen, I know. You. With your stupid strong shirt.
Because I say,
making these jokes.
Yeah, I say a lot of stuff too. I go, do you know what time it is? Because you're about to look. Because when I step in this fucking ring, we get a sense of what time it is. It's not about looking at you know exactly what time
you're looking at.
No, I don't
You
say
know Father Time?
No, I go, you guys been navigating with the sun and all
This should be an interesting. You're getting the cage. You know Father Time? You look at him. And Father Time, as I say, is undefeated.
Okay, that's right.
Father
I like
Time,
that.
I'm old as fuck.
I like that.
I'm old as fuck on Father Time.
I like that.
Ride the Father Time
I like that a lot.
So you like because you're old.
like that.
So we play on the old.
And I'll learn like some move from Sean Apperson, and I'll be like, and I just look over at the guys. I'm like, it's in my quiver now. There's quick studies and there's sponges. I'm a sponge.
You have fun doing that, right? Everyone
My
laughs.
quiver's full, boys.
Everyone laughs.
Yeah.
Do that, Hamzat's kid.
I'm gonna get punched right in the face.
You get thrown off a bridge.
I'm gonna get sued off my head. No, hey, okay. No.
I'm with him, man.
No, come on, bro. You're a little more robust than me. You got the years. You got some pedigree to you. If I walk in with my strong shirt, did I tell you what Sean said about my wrestling? This is the best description because I was arm dragging. He goes, "Okay, you're not allowed to do arm drag anymore." Here, okay, and I go, I know it's just wrestling. He goes, "Yeah, you're wrestling. You just keep saying." He goes, "Your wrestling is the equivalent of my high school Spanish." And it was the greatest fucking, I was like, oh my God, that's the best description. I've been walking around with my high school Spanish wrestling. And for that matter, my high school Spanish and French, I understand speak French. It's all a fucking wishy-washy shit. It's all bullshit.
Around a real French person.
My high school Spanish boxing. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, all good. It was so good, dude. I was thinking about the last time I actually competed in Taekwondo, like I sparred in Taekwondo. That was, it literally was, no, it was 28 years ago. Right?
So you would have done, was that in the late 90s?
That's right, sir.
No.
I'm sorry, before that, it was 1989.
There you go.
1990.
Well, that's where the 89
That's
Master
35. Oh, yeah, that's 35 years
Yes, sir.
ago.
That's not, hey.
Oh, that's 35 years ago. That's 35
in the late 90s.
I sure wasn't.
No. 88, 89.
35.
The futures are.
I was kicking around.
You're swinging around your stupid.
I'm a Henzo Gracie blue belt. Not anymore.
Yeah.
that back when he was probably, he was like his Brian. So,
Yeah,
like,
give it to him.
give him a blue belt.
Yeah, give him a
By the way, blue belt is when you start, like, kind of learning. But
blue belt, you just get started.
Yeah.
So how have we reacted?
Let's take a little break. Guys, you go to the doctor and you get a checkup. Cool. Everybody does that. The problem is it's not that comprehensive. And the problem is you have to go to the doctor. And the problem is you have to wait in the waiting room. The problem is you don't really know how your doctor compares to other people. So, there is a better way, okay? And there's something called Superpower Health. And Superpower Health basically is, basically twice a year, you have somebody, a professional, usually that's what we call a phlebotomist. They come and they take your blood. And a week later, you hear pretty much, if you do it at a doctor, everything looks fine. All right? But Superpower Health is a completely different experience. Okay? This is what happens. You take your blood twice a year, Superpower sends a licensed professional right to your door to collect a comprehensive lab panel, or you can visit a nearby lab if you want. And Superpower measures over 100 biomarkers. Let me say that again, 100 biomarkers. That includes your heart, liver, thyroid, hormones, metabolism, vitamin, and even mineral levels, okay? Then you get a personalized action plan based on your results. All beautifully laid out in their app, plus access to your own private medical team to help guide you. This stuff, I've done this stuff many times. These services can cost you up to $30,000 every time you do it, okay? But this is the same level of testing and insight that pro athletes get, but at a price that actually makes sense. Stop hoping you'll live long and a long, healthy life. Start taking action for a limited time. Our listeners get $50 off when they use code FIGHTER at superpower.com, okay? It gives you an initial plan, tracks your results over your lifetime. Each test builds on the last, gives you a full picture of your progress, and basically, everybody believes that Superpower believes you have 100-year potential. So that's what they're here for. So, for a limited time, our listeners are getting $50 off annual Superpower membership by using code FIGHTER at checkout. Just head to superpower.com. Use code FIGHTER to get your exclusive discount, your biology decoded, your blueprint activated with Superpower. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them you heard about it from us. And to 100. It was so good. I was like, wow, I'm at high school Spanish level, and it's so
Did
spot
you have
on.
to use any of your Spanish in Colombia? Because you're just in Colombia.
I don't speak a fucking word of Spanish, and it's very tough. Now, my wife does, so I was
She's fluent in Spanish?
no, but she can speak pretty well. So I was, because they had a house in Puerto Rico for 5 years, her family, in Vieques, so she held it up.
So she's navigating. Yeah, but she's not having a full blown
Almost. I was really impressed, actually, because I couldn't figure out, like, how do you speak so well? She's like, well, I'm at Vegas.
Yeah, you just like that.
Blah, blah, blah. But Colombia is a fierce culture, a beautiful culture. Suffered a great deal of violence, a terrible civil war from 48 to 57. They've always had this communist insurgency that's been in the jungles of Colombia.
The reward of fat ass
that run the drug trade. Then you have the narcos. Then you have the elites. Then you have the families that run everything.
fat ass.
Well,
Get to it, buddy.
well, they are a very proud, fierce people who speak beautiful Spanish, and they're very classy. It's a very class-conscious, right?
But then there's also
And then there are
like the elite and then dirt poor, right?
there are the elite families. There are the families that run things, and then there's the military. They are pretty aligned. They are very aligned. And then you have the narcotraficas, and you have the sort of communist insurgents that are now have this strange tentative peace. There's a dance between all of these groups, and then you have mostly the have-nots. You have the have-nots, untouchables. They're not unhappy people, and the economy is flowers, coal, gas,
BBLs.
and coffee. If you want to get plastic surgery, you go to Colombia, okay? Now, you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman because you're born already with the kind of weaponry that Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on.
Yeah.
You understand? the beauty, the natural beauty of the women that have nots. The woman who is
Still popping.
making your coffee. The woman that is waiting on your table. The woman that is, forget it. Well, it's not so much the nuts. It's the hindquarters, sir.
Our tits out in Colombia? Our tits are out. It's spilling over to America. I don't like that shit.
And then they had the wedding was spectacular. It was a concert.
It's all white people?
No, it was the elite of Colombia. But not so much. Not so much. My friend,
Colombian get married?
There's two Colombians from well-to-do families. Great people.
What the fuck are you doing?
My wife is friends with them. College.
Oh, gotcha.
Now, here's the cool thing about her friend. She had no idea he came from what he came from because he's such a class act. I've known him forever. You would never know. So when you're Colombian from that family, there's a discipline to how you behave. Your manners are impeccable. The way you dress is impeccable. You don't show it off. Yeah, you don't necessarily show that off. It's not like
it's like the fucking.
yes, you're like a royal. You're like a royal. You're understated. Very classy.
You live in a castle.
Yes. Classy wedding, classy people. Dressed to a T.
What'd you wear?
I was taught to wear a very nice black suit with a black shirt, sir.
No tie?
No tie, thank God. So all the men wore black on black, and the women wore some fantastic stuff. Yeah. Now
you're there for 2
now
days.
when you have money, that money will buy you what's called happiness. That money will buy you.
Would you be considered rich in Colombia, right? Yeah.
Not by the standards of the people I was around, but
Your dollar would be further out in Colombia.
maybe just fine. You get your nails done for $5. You get yourself a hell of a. Here's what I want. Okay, I want to learn Spanish. I want a house on the outskirts of Bogota.
You need security.
You need security, and they call you Don.
Don?
They call you Don Shaw.
Oh, I like that.
Don Cannon.
Oh, I like that.
Or Don Brand.
That's the first thing I do.
Don Brian.
Oh, I like
The
that.
second thing I do, which I'm
You are to take your coffee in the morning. By the way, you'll get in the shower. Your clothes, your bed will be made. Your clothes will be ironed.
Are you talking about the slaves?
And your breakfast will be
You talking about
made.
slaves? That's what they are. You talking about slaves?
Please. These are people with dignity who work very hard. There is a class consciousness here.
Call it human trafficking.
There is a way of doing things.
In America, it's how you say human trafficking.
I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah, it's like,
What I love about Colombia, though, is that they've suffered violence, they've suffered division, but that culture is just so proud of their culture. This is the salsa of Cali, which is the salsa capital of the world.
Did you salsa?
Yes, I did. You should see them salsa.
Oh, yeah.
The professionals show up. Professionals came to the wedding and were dancing with us. They grab you and make you start dancing.
You have white people because you can't change.
100%. And a lot of whites, by the way. Now, if you are of royalty in Colombia, you tend to have some Spanish blood. You understand? Not because remember, Colombia, that area had a lot of indigenous Indian people.
Yeah, so more fair skin.
Yeah, you'll see in Dominican Republic, you'll see in the Latin countries, people with fairer skin that look more Spanish, more European tend to be the ones who run the show. But having said that, and there were some Mexican elites there. Some of the Mexican elites.
The Mexicanos and
Yes, and that's also. Colombia's not a place like you don't want to fuck around in Colombia. You would never go to Colombia. So in Europe,
it's like Mexico, right? Like if you're looking for trouble, you're gonna find it. If you're playing the dark arts,
yes.
Colombia's safe for the most part.
Go to Colombia, be respectful, and understand that if you want to turn the volume up, they'll turn the volume up in any aspect.
Meaning you're not coming back.
You're not. Just don't go there and think you're gonna rule the roost. There's a way of doing things in Colombia.
You know what places like that's not like that? Maybe South Africa, but the Middle Africa, North Africa, it's not really like that.
No,
feel like the trouble's gonna find you no matter what.
So in Europe, right? So in Ireland, in England, in France, in Germany, they're having a problem with a lot of young Muslim men from war-torn countries that come and are not assimilating in the country, and they find extremism, and they tend to kind of,
or they take over. Yeah.
There's a lot of this.
They're losing the culture.
There's a strong Muslim fundamentalist movement in some of these countries, right? That would never get off the ground in Colombia. You would the minute you had something like that, another culture come in, for whatever it was, when try to take over a section of a town,
White people.
the Colombians would put a stop to that.
Like the whole movement shit.
No.
In Mexico, Colombia, Mexico's
No, the Mexicans, Colombians, that part of the world doesn't fuck around. They're Catholic, by the way. That wedding, that.
7 hours.
Thank you. You're going to go through a full mass. You're going to take communion. That's a Catholic country, and you've got 4 priests up there. Well, it's part of the culture. It's part of the crew of that culture. And have some respect. Stand up and kneel down. Did I drink coffee? I drank all the coffee, sir.
You didn't bring any back?
I didn't. You know why? Because it tastes like coffee. And I couldn't tell the difference. No, I'll get the best coffee. Now, my friend owns coffee plantations. So, no, I could go out there and stay at one of the coffee plantations, which I may do. Right.
I like that.
I got good coffee, though.
Yeah.
Like good coffee, but you know where I can get good coffee?
I can order fresh back off Amazon.
That's right. That's right. Ate Italian food in Florence and in Rome. Ate Italian food all over Italy. You know where I can get good Italian food, Bob? And in Austin, if I have to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's the one thing. Let me back up.
Yeah, dude.
I haven't had that yet. I haven't had it.
Both love Austin. We love
Give me a little hot. Give me a little hot.
We love Austin. My number one complaint is the food scene can't touch LA. Especially where I'm at. If I Uber Eats, like, I found okay.
I didn't want to say it out loud.
That's all good. I'm choosing the quality of life of my kids and my sanity over food and danger in LA. You can't even sniff LA.
I'm not going to say
Oh, what about the barbecue? I can't eat barbecue fucking 7 nights a week. Yes, the barbecue's great here. But as far as general meals, they can't touch it.
I'm not going to say it's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Okay.
I had very good sushi here. Then I went to another place, I'm not going to say the name of it, where they had to tell me everything about the sushi every time they would.
I hate it. I hate that.
They told me how cheap my fish was, what the fish eats. I'm like, hey, I don't want to do this, dude. You're interrupting my conversation.
Confused that I give a fuck.
Right.
Hey, sushi's good.
Yeah.
It's not LA sushi. Come on, Bubba. Come on. Let's just come on. I ate at Ocean's 47. The best steak I've ever had.
Is that true? Oh, well, you're talking about Newport, so please understand. If I give you now, somebody gives me $100 million, they come to us and they go, hey, Brendan, thanks for all the work. And we just want Jeff Bezos goes, I've been listening to you guys for a long time. I don't think you get your due. Here's $100 million each. Then you know what you and I do without missing a beat? And all due respect, probably
the houses are too close together.
they are.
Yes.
Same thing with Matt.
Yep. One thing I noticed is all like because the property is so expensive and it's so sought after. Each house is so close to each other. I need space. Now you can get space out to be looking about 30 mil. I think. I'll probably take my.
I got a friend who's married to a very famous athlete, and they got a place in Santa Barbara. It's a farm on the cliff.
Different tax bracket. Oprah lives there, buddy. And Ellen.
Yeah, I've been up there. Spent some time.
Sports team.
I was in my 30s. I was with my girlfriend on a hike. And I think it was called the Hike of Seven Falls or something. And I remember waterfalls. And we were in a waterfall together. And we were making out in a waterfall. Rock hard. And she was so beautiful. And she was so young and she was just one of those gals you look at like you're an angel. You're an angel. You're an angel. And we're gonna make love.
You're a dirty angel.
A dirty angel. We're gonna make love in this waterfall. And I didn't make out with her.
But in my mind, I made love with her. But then again, it was
jacked off hard when you got home.
Yeah, we had sex on a rock. That was good on a rock. She this is a lot of
She gave up her ass on
I
the
was in
rock.
my 30s.
Not that young.
I was in my young. She was younger. I was in my early 30s, and she. There was this beautiful rock that she hugged, and I was like, "You're hugging that rock," and I
took her from behind.
Well,
Like it's Game of Thrones.
because the birds were in the sky, and it was 75, and she was so cool, and I loved her.
You know what the other advantage of LA weather is fuckable weather. It's fuckable outdoor weather.
You can no bugs. You're not gonna sweat.
Here, my ass will ruin the whole
You have tarantulas. You have tarantula hawks. You've got mosquitoes.
check.
You got all kinds of
Rattlesnakes.
Yeah.
We got rattlesnakes in the neighborhood now.
Yeah, you do.
My neighbor caught a rattlesnake.
I buzzed your house. I've flown over your neighborhood.
Yeah,
I know the neighborhood.
saw the snakes.
I like you got a view of the lake. I like your lake. I like your.
Oh, no, it's great. It's fucking great. Listen, I can put up with mediocre food for the
Spending time on the lake.
all the time, every weekend.
Is that right?
Yep. We haven't been in 2 weeks because of the floods.
You got friends who have
Yeah.
a boat?
I'm the only one without a boat.
Yeah. Boats are.
But we because of the floods, there's like a lot of riffraff in there. Like one guy said he was out there and there's like
dirty, right?
Yeah. It's all sorts of weird shit and then the bacteria from all this shit. So you want to lay low on the lake right now.
Yeah.
But it's full. It's finally full.
Well, it
It's
rose.
been full in
It
years.
rose, I think, 40 feet.
45%.
Crazy.
So now it's like at 70% full. There was a little island where we would go to.
It's gone, right?
It's gone.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, it is.
We're on the lake all the
I
time.
landed on one of those islands.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and then we took off. And that's not true either, but I could have landed on that island. There's a lot of stuff I say that I could have.
You guys could have. That's just as good.
Just as good. Just as good. Just like I wrestled D1. I didn't, but I could have.
Well,
And
even
we don't even know if I could have, right? We don't know what kind of D1 program American University was.
Correct.
But we do know it was a D1 program.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean I could have wrestled at Oklahoma? Does that mean I would have had a spot on the team in Oklahoma?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
No? Yeah,
It's all good.
that's right.
It's all good, bud.
That's right.
Did you see Shane Gillis on
He was so good. I watched Shane preparing for it. So I watched him trying out those jokes, and they were great.
Hall of Fame performance.
He's so great. He's so
fucking good. When he goes, let's give it up, round of applause, blah, 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 from the WNBA, and starts clapping, he goes, I'm just kidding. That's my friend's wife. I can't believe you guys clapped that.
so good.
People are so mad.
I love it.
Oh, I know.
I love it.
No, that's what you did Hall of Fame. I saw that with you, dude.
Like
the crowd was in that
MC joke, but it got deleted.
Yeah, it's weird. I was forgetting about it. But what he did in the ball, I think we realized the balls that it takes to do that in front of that one crowd full of those fucking weirdos. You're like, the crowd wasn't laughing. It's not for them. He did a whole performance for the masses. He's like, you fuck that. The audience not laughing. I felt so good. I mean, the real ones did. Yeah. Drewski's there. You got a bunch of the athletes. Some of them were laughing.
You gotta love Shane. There's nothing not to love about that guy.
No, legendary. What he did is legendary. You're like, oh, he bombed. It was such a bad performance. The crowd wasn't laughing.
They say that?
Yeah. So
That's hilarious. That's
and then
adorable.
certain ESPN.
People are adorable. They're just adorable.
Yeah, but like, you look at the crowd and I'm laughing. It's like, it's not for them. He knows that. The masses is what he was going for.
Has the WNBA made money yet?
Nope. So when they wore
That's what we're worried about.
yesterday they wear those shirts that say "Pay us what we're worth." Okay, you owe us each $40 million. We've lost $40 million every year. So if we're going to pay you for what
Look
you're
that
worth,
up, Jen.
look it up.
That up. I want to make sure
Brian, they've never made a profit.
No, they've lost money.
That's what I'm saying. So when they go pay us our
So the NBA finances the WNBA.
of course. Pay us,
Do they hold back money? You're asking me.
no, say has the WNBA ever made a profit?
It is amazing. I mean, there's so many.
And the answer is no.
What you're worth? You're worth
Owners
you're
go,
worth
okay,
actually less.
that's actually owe us money.
No, WNBA never generated profit. So when you pay what you're worth, you're not worth anything. You cost money.
We have a learning.
The league is heavily subsidized by the NBA, with the annual losses estimated to be in the tens of millions. So now when they say pay us what we're
Doesn't
worth,
she know that? Kate Clark, don't they know that?
don't drag Kate Clark in this. she wasn't there. She didn't take part of it. And the other bitches like Kelsey Plum were like, everyone was there. We're all in solidarity. But Caitlin Clark wasn't represented.
She knows that she's the only, probably one of the few people that's going to generate a problem.
She's the only one. And
I
they hate
don't
on her.
have a strong sort of cultural historical affinity.
Did you see
Shaq? She was in a meeting. Like, when all the kids got like during practice or warm-ups. No, I'm sure they have to wear it. She like did not wear it, but she was at the meeting. They were all talking about it.
Did you see Shaq said RG3 on a podcast?
So many requests from people
They made a race out your mouth.
that
I'll punch you in the
I
face.
really can't
I'll
put
punch
my
you.
hands on. I'm
Hey,
also a little
RG3.
bit intimidated
I'll punch you in the
because
fucking face.
I have not studied
Leave her
the
alone.
languages involved in great depth. My Spanish is pretty weak.
He was
And
dead
my
serious.
Arabic is
He goes,
almost
I'll punch you in the
non-existent, but
fucking
I'm going to
face.
challenge
Now,
myself and push myself to be
if
able
Shaq
to
says
say
that,
something
and he
with
studies
some
MMA,
intelligence, I
you're
hope
getting
this
your
semester. Luckily, today
you're
is not so
getting
bad
shit
because
kicked out
we're
of
going to
you.
be in the Roman period, so Greek and
RG3's
Latin
not,
are
neither one.
languages that
He's
I
not here
have
to
the
keep out
merit to
RG3.
study.
They're not getting
in
No,
my
but if there was a
undergraduate days, so
situation.
it's a little
Yeah,
bit
RG3 would be in trouble. They're not getting
With that said,
But
Shaq's not
let's
done
go
enough to punish
straight
the
into the
balls.
But it
material
was
and I'll
great.
give you an overview
I'll
of what
punch you
we
in the fucking
planned.
face.
So
Yeah,
the
said it
topic
twice.
Fight
is
over
the
women's
Jews.
basketball.
Well, I guess he
Jews
said
of
some shit
Sarat.
about Angel Reese.
Sarat is a term that explores
Oh, yeah,
etymology
Chodell,
shortly,
yeah,
but basically refers
looks
to
like
the
Keith is
Iberian
here, so
Peninsula,
let's stop it.
Keith
which is
Jardine.
for our purposes
We're gonna
basically
take a little
Spain
break,
and
man, because
Portugal.
looking for the perfect
The
buzz
Jews
up
of
to hang
Sarat
over,
have a
meet
very
my
distinct
little
identity
drinkable
that
friends
is
at Breeze. And
stronger
incredible.
than
Spelled
any other
B-R-E-Z.
Jewish
Yeah, dude, like the Summer
in
Breeze,
our
an incredible
entire
functional
history.
beverage company
Maybe perhaps the
revolutionizing
Baghdadi Jews have
how
a
we
stronger
drink. Their
sense
line
of
of Feel Good
identity.
Tonics
But
offers a
really,
unique
part of
blend
my
of
maintained
hemp-derived
identity,
THC and
despite
CBD,
500
Functional
years
mushrooms, I
of
hear.
exile from their homeland.
nootropics,
So
Adaptogens.
exile
yep,
within
creating a
exile,
social
symbolic
relieving
exile
euphoric
within a
effect
Jewish exile,
without the traditional
really quite
downsides of
amazing
alcohol.
thing.
And no,
so
these
what
aren't like your
we
typical
want to do
edibles,
is
which can be a
the
nightmare no matter how much you take it. It's a disaster.
But you feel each one within 10 minutes, right?
Yep, and the effect on loud hour dude, similar to cocktails, you know enough for your moms to try it. It's stackable if you're trying to get ramped up. So whenever you turn up, tune in, or tap out Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. Inexpensive future drinking, say less. Head to try.drinkbreeze.com/TJK. Use the code TJK for $5 credit, free shipping on your first order. Don't say this, my wife is drinking these. She loves them. She loves them. It's free. Drinking as a ball. Consult your physician before you have any known or suspected allergies or medical conditions, or taking any medication.
We're approaching on 10,000 subscribers. That number really sounds good, so I'm looking forward to
My hand speed is scary, and my wrestling is. I tell you how
A lot of people comment on that online. I see a lot. I watch a lot of traffic. How about
you're laughing because Sean Apperson is fucking old school black belt
we
wrestler.
have to have to give our young people the
I
wherewithal
take
to be able
jiu-jitsu so I can teach my son.
You know, he says the old school, like he says that, like, you know, because when me and Sean came up together, you know, when we were doing,
scholarship has raised so far
you read a book about it. I read a book too. You know, one hand Dan Gable moving around. You know, he had a grip.
Hey, I went to Dan Gable wrestling camp, and I
know you did.
but I was talking about wrestling. I was doing hard drives, and he goes like this. He looks at me and he's like this. Yeah, but he goes like this. He goes, your wrestling is the equivalent of my high school Spanish. It was so great, and it was so true, because I was like, I haven't wrestled 35 fucking years, or more than that, 40 years.
As I
It was just
mentioned,
so
the
fun.
fall lecture
I got
series
nothing.
is going to
But I mean, in my mind, I do. And then you roll around those guys, and you're like, oh, I don't know literally anything. I speak high school Spanish when it comes to any of that stuff.
I watch it online. I watch like JJ Allen or something like that, or these guys that are putting wrestling camps on and shit.
Yeah.
And you watch the whole big people where it's like all of a sudden they're out there and the dude's on his head. It's like, that's beautiful. I mean, there's a real beauty in this. There's a ready to go chick. Our boxers are like, wow, introduce our guest, Brian.
Tate Fletcher, Keith Jardine. I mean, look,
I've known these boys a lot longer than you.
You've known a lot longer than me.
Let me fill in, there's a couple of Hollywood stars now, but real quick.
I'm gonna
There
say
is
what
so
you
much
said.
shit, and we'll get to that.
No, I know this. This is what I like about
Keith
Keith. But the tape. So
Yeah,
tape.
Middle East,
And then
even
you
here in
got a
America,
couple of tough guys in jail.
lose sight of
When the
larger
shot callers come to your
historical
cell to tell you how it
picture.
goes,
You're holding their pocket.
it's Keith and it's Tate.
Yeah.
You're going to do what they want. You're going to clean their clothes. If you got to wear a wig, you're going to wear a wig. You understand? There's a whole thing. The boys are going to look. The boys are running this roost. And a guy like me is going to do exactly as he's told, or we're going to have a little problem.
Right? Shirts that strong.
My shirt's that strong. What I like about this is Mark Bell's shirt, actually. I just realized that they sent me some stuff. But Keith and I, we took the same plan, and then we had a long talk. And you had always told me that Keith is a warrior nerd. Warrior.
You won't find Keith in the
You said you'd find him with his nose in a book in a coffee shop. And I was like, very intrigued by that. And then you and I had a very deep conversation about coffee. So he's a real gourmand. He's a man who likes the finer things. Tate has always been that other thing. Way more interested in hanging out with artists and actors than tough guys. Tough guy, big strong guy, beard, covered in tattoos. At the end of the day, way more an artist.
That's how you roll.
Yeah. And it's amazing. This is very true, though. You've always been way more sensitive, way more interested in talking about meditation or art than you are about jujitsu or fucking fighting, even though you can step that up too. And that's
at the same time, a Talmud person
You know why? That's a defense mechanism.
scholar as well.
You ever
He's associated with this
you talk to
particular
somebody that
plaza
doesn't know
of
anything about
Alliance that
comedy,
shows some
and they're going to tell you what they know
beautiful
about comedy.
Arabic
How
style
hard is that?
architecture.
Right?
There's another
Talk to a
view
guy
of the
about
Alliance
fighting that doesn't really know much about fighting, but knows that he knows a lot about fighting.
That's the fire of the kid.
That's a tough job.
That's my life.
we established that I trade.
My favorite thing ever with Keith early on when I found this, I was like a hack.
Civilization that we will be
Because he'd see him at Starbucks after training or whatever, and he'd go get coffee. Because I didn't, Central. When I had to drive up to Santa Fe, and he'd be there, and he'd have his book in a book.
throughout the Mediterranean
And he
basin,
feels when someone is watching,
into
and I'm like,
Central Asia in some cases, and then of course up
Just
into
watch him
Northern
crumble
Europe,
in that.
places like Amsterdam,
I'd be so happy.
You were on the plane. There was a whole hullabaloo.
and also out to the New World.
They're all like, this guy's a UFC fighter. He's a champion UFC
New
fighter.
Mexico.
Yeah, they were like,
fascinating,
yeah,
It's really cool to come from that era because like we still get that all the time. We get that here in Austin.
So that's
It's like
basically what we're
that
planning
era,
to do
right?
for the
Where people
entire.
were really recognizable. They had fights.
It was a different time, right? It's a different. Now it's like, I fought for a living. I'll look at some of the undercard and A-card.
I'm really excited. So let's get straight to the story. So why
There's like
is
stars.
there an exception?
Why
is there an Iberian
you're now on tour. You're now a filmmaker, director, writer, actor.
For ourselves.
But you guys also always pop up like my favorite show I've seen in a hot second is that American Prime
very
Evil.
Oh yeah, that was dope.
My favorite. Yeah, you popped up.
that make them
Great season.
stand
Yeah,
out
that was really.
high distinction.
That was done by the same guy that did The Revenant. Not the director, but the writer, creator and that darkness of it. I love the way that was filmed. The color of it.
It's so fucking. It was one of the best series. Have you seen it yet? It's so fucking good. But then you guys always pop up in things. And do you have to audition for it? How you boys doing?
I
got some stuff coming up.
Also at the time,
Just breaking that next level right now. I got
a survey
you want to call me
royalty
coming up.
in Cairo at that time. But his roots were in Spain. He referred to himself as Hassan al-Adi, the Sephardic one, because he was very proud, like many others.
Timothy Oliphant. He's
I knew he was good actor. He's in the comedy, right?
I was really blown away by that.
You ever see him like just sit down at the piano and start singing
So
songs?
he's an exceptional
I did
figure,
How I
but
Met Your
he's
Mother.
not exceptional.
They called him
within
the TG, the talented giant.
really
That motherfucker could just sit at a
a number
piano
of figures
6'4"
that are associated
and
with
just
this
fucking sit at the piano and start playing. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes,
secular and
this
religious
movie. I'm trying to.
authority.
I was like, I suck.
But I suck. I'm sure for you guys, because the look you have, it's hard to break that kind of
the Spanish
style.
government,
Like they're like, oh, you're catchers the goons. You know, the scary guys like that.
That's why I got it in writing, because like I don't mind being a goon, but I want to be interested. So that's how I got it.
Tell me about this movie. Because it's wild.
Yeah, man, it's like Groundhog's Day, but Bill Murray's a serial killer, basically.
Yeah, let me give you the background.
Between the secular and the religious
2019 or something like that, maybe a little before, Keith starts writing voraciously as if he's going to fight for a championship belt, right? Like 8 hours a day in the coffee shop from 8 to 8 all the time. Takes a half hour off to go do push-ups in the parking lot, comes back in and writes more. And he's just at his computer, a bunch of blue-haired, every college student you can imagine, right? And then him. And that's what his life's been for the last 6 or 7 years. And if you want to meet him, right, the coffee shop. Anyway, he's got 5, 6 scripts. And you start reading, like, and you want to make me cry. Like, it's insane. Like, it's really beautiful. You can't wait to get through it and all that. And we have all these scripts that are together that we want to create shows about. And then all the strikes start happening. Yeah, so everybody's out for it. Yeah.
Quite surprising by
Keith is like, well, we have a window where everybody's out of work and we got a lot of goodwill with electricians and sound people and EPs, and they need a job. So we can bring in great people at a lower rate that'll be our low budget film. And then he writes a script based on that idea, goes, where can we do it cheap in this spot? And he puts a goddamn script together in weeks to film a month or 2 months later. And that's the background of what this is. That's how good his writing got, to where I can specifically shoot at this fucking mark that's very precise, and I can make it work.
I want to say that's how good it got, because Ryan's a crapshoot.
Parties where they get together and they will challenge
I've been working on scripts for years now, so the script is one just fucking came together. I wrote the beginning and the end in August, and I started raising money. I knew I had a good fucking movie. I can't believe this hasn't been done before. This is great. It's just flowing out characters and music and all that. And I wrote the beginning of the I got a Bambi on July, wrote the beginning and the end in August, and then I was just raising money, hiring people, hiring crew, just weren't going to go in November.
How hard is that to raise money?
Especially for me to come up with somebody like
That's what I'm saying, because it's not like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Extended into areas that you would
The other thing is we don't have a big actor. We have an amazing world-class, great actor, but he's not well known.
Same time, he's writing
He's
drinking
not
poems
A-listed.
and writing love
He's like,
poems.
I had my short, it did really well, I won Best Actor and Best Director, was a 4-time Academy qualified festival to do
It's a
really
very, very
well.
distinct
And that
kind of
led me to
feature
do that,
that
be able
is
to do
not at all
this.
unique
And
in
so I
Sparta
had a
history. It
car, like I
happens
did this,
over
so
and over
successful.
again.
Just
So that's considered the mark of
approach people like,
excellence.
said, hold your hat out. Like, it's so hard for me to do, man. I got this.
And then,
I can't imagine.
But then you do it, like some people make you jump through fucking hoops, and it's not like, man, I'm going to be a monkey for you.
Do
It's
it
just
in
from
the
my
other
heart, right?
major
You're not going to stop you.
Yeah, but
Jewish world, the
Darren White
Ashkenazi,
was a main guy
is
that
the
came
degree of
through
insularity
for me.
has
Always
value.
my partner, because he's the one.
We
I didn't have
could
money.
look at different
I'm talking about
points
stress,
in
man. I didn't have
Jewish
SAG
history to
approval
try to find
to
the
get the
origins
waiver.
of this
I didn't have
distinction.
money. I got all
For
the
sure,
people
there's a
fucking Zoom
vector
meetings,
for
together
Ashkenazi
meetings,
Jews
all this whole
that looks
building,
inward, whereas for Sephardic Jews it
the
looks
production,
outward.
the site, the locations, and everything. And then wardrobe, and then now, like, when we got
horrendous Rhineland massacres associated with the First
these guys
Crusade.
can't know I don't got
In
the money.
those massacres, which occurred in northern Germany, the heartland of what is Ashkenaz,
I'm not saying it, man.
What kind of budget are we talking? Like, what
shows
kind of
under
budget do you
duress quite
This one's
often
under 2.
to
Still,
commit suicide and even kill their own families, their own
There's
children,
actually,
rather than submit to baptism. This was kind of like a criminal. Many scholars have identified
You're asking people to roll dice.
and all the favors,
this is
people
a
rolling dice.
cultural marker for
Get some movie and all that.
when stress
So forget all that, because that's fucking gotta be John's gonna
horrible
Groundhog Day about basically with a serial killer. It's kind of looks almost like a black
It's twisted, man. It's twisted. Like, I beat the fuck out of this guy, man. It's twisted.
certainly from 1096, but I could argue this thing very well. Begin to look at the outside world as fundamentally toxic, dangerous, and that all things of value must be inward focused. And that Ashkenazi culture begins to fold within itself, writing commentaries upon commentaries.
This guy,
It's sort of like as an inward turning.
That's what Lambs did so well. When that came out, it was the first time you had a monster that was
Sephardians
also
don't do
polite
that.
and
Sephardim, on the other hand, when
And when
pressured,
she said he
and
would
their
be
pressure was to an extreme
impolite,
degree, they begin to
we all
find
just
ways
went,
to
It was so genius because they opened the movie with him saying you were so polite and you jumped the vulgarity to now get to the point. We were having a conversation. I listen to great music. I play chess. I'm a cultured defeat. I'm a man who, knows the meaningful difference between the finer things in life. And you now want me to fill out a questionnaire? Because you can get my psyche with a question.
Has this always been the plan? Like when you were in the UFC? Because I didn't know you could.
I wanted to be an actor for sure. I wanted to be an actor before. I didn't know that UFC led to that. I was an actor for a while doing shit. Spent all my money going to LA for auditions and trying to make it work. And then stunts saved my life. I did some really big stunt jobs. And still until recently, stunts saved my life because it's all usually pays, right? I got in a Thomas Anderson film, and that was huge for me. And then
he's so talented. He did Magnolia. He did There Will Be Blood. He did
disguising one's true identity in order to adapt
one of the great
directors.
Any director will tell you he's like just on a whole other level. He's the only ideas behind he's get them up here.
That's bad advice right there. I did.
The course of this class,
Magnolia with Tom Cruise.
another difference that's extremely important to remember
What else? Jen, I can't see that.
is the fact that
Can you read those
for
off?
most of its history,
Licorice Pizza,
was
Phantom
on the
Thread,
periphery of the Jewish world. And there are a lot of things that you can do when you live on the periphery.
There would be blood.
So what is the center? Obviously, in the ancient period, the center would be the biblical Israel. But shortly after the exile of the first century, the main center shifts over here to the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers here in what would be a lower Iraq and Kuwait. That's where the
He did Roadhouse, so it's like Sam Hill, the tracks. I thought he was great. People hating on him like that.
Around which the Jewish world moves intellectually. Other major centers, of course, would be in Alexandria, later in Cairo, a developing center in Greece, and in North Africa. But primarily, the center of the Jewish world is over here in Spain is way out here at the other end of the Mediterranean. It's a long sea voyage, and even longer, harder overland voyage. And so Spain, is quite an ancient community, as we shall see today, it nevertheless is very far away from the center. And as a result, the adaptation to threats, to opportunities,
That's why I'm saying the work ethic to get to the level you're at UFC.
One of the
put that over to whatever field
stories of the drug sense in particular.
Being an artist, being an actor is a different muscle.
Because work ethic's the same.
The fighter, you win, you move up, you win, they can't ignore it, they keep winning. You can ignore the fuck out of here.
How could you just if you don't get the light?
I feel like it's testimony to the idea of just driving forward regardless. Because there's going to be people that don't want you to win, or there's going to be people that aren't going to help you, whatever that is, all the time.
It's tough to break through.
But if you continue to put stuff out and I want to demand agency, I want to be able to, you can make your own thing happen. You are that undeniable. But the thing is if you would have gotten a bunch of really good acting pieces, you would have been right until way later, because it's that would satisfy that a little bit. But I think really the real craving is to be in creation. And the other things are slow substitutes for that, right? And that substitute though wears out. The thing I'm doing is not the thing that I would have craved to do years ago. I'm not doing, and that's what happened. This was like a fast track.
I feel like acting's similar to fighting where it's scary because there's no blueprint, right? So fighting, I hope it works out. It's not like you're working a 9-to-5 job and you have a 401k.
So one of the major periods that we're going to explore, and here's our history of we're going to look at the ancient period, that's the earliest settlement, which is your question exactly, up until the Muslim conquest of 711, which is a date which has been enshrined in American culture.
You guys would like this. I do every 2 weeks in Boston. I do a show called
named after the Muslim
I have
conquest of
comics,
Spain.
and I'd love to have you guys come and just be guests. And we basically, I
So
give you
that's
acting
going to be
prompt.
today's lecture.
and we have like 5 people on stage, and you have to one up each other. So it'll just be something we start really easy. It's like, every movie has no, like, it's like I am your father. No, let's see how well you do that. Let's see how well you die from a gunshot. Let's see if you can, like, how do you take it? How do you die? Yeah, how do you die? You'd be amazed how many people don't know how to do stuff like that. And you do that Red Bands and Sons are comedians. Yes, and it's fucking, how well do you laugh like a villain? Tommy Pope is a monster. This kid paid. So some real talent out there was already amazing. When you give people that prompt, is incredible. And when you give people a prompt, some people just don't know how to do it, right? Other people take to it like that, then you can direct them. So it's like this great competition. Then I have them redo famous scenes. Right? I have them redo like the scene from the Titanic. Let's see, I'll make a man play the Kate Winslet role when she's on the door and he's freezing. How well do you play? Can you break a heart? You'd be amazed how many people can't do that. And so we do that, Then I'm gonna have the camera on you. It's gonna be a huge screen, and we'll see how well you do close up face acting. So I'm gonna go convey lust. You have to be, or convey fear. Let's see how well you do. Then we're gonna have old movies, like an old kung fu movie. And it's gonna be in another language, and I'm gonna give you a mic and I'll have a mic, and then we have to just dub what we think they're saying. It's gonna be great. It's great. So that's my new live show. I love you guys to be involved. 100%. I love it.
When you guys go on set, I assume most people are wearing back in the third.
You said about fighting too, like when she said there. It's a big breakthrough for me. Is like when you come, especially as a fighter, when you come into
and not translate
because
you figure everybody is reading these languages.
But just learning how to be vulnerable.
Well, for you, for both you guys, the way I would direct you, if you were villains, you guys are tough guys.
So
not even straight.
It was really
I would have you take care of me. You're terrifying. So I would fix, I mean, just to have a guy like you kind of take a look at, I have some lint on my shoulder, clean me up.
Almost all the research on whether it comes from that book.
Stuff. Hey, are you all right? What's going on?
You were saying,
very kind.
You were saying too that, and that's huge. It's so easy when you're saying all stuff on the face act. It's like all of those 100% are going to be overdone, right? Yeah, look surprised. Yeah, and it's going to be like, okay, settle down. But this thing about like, your past precedes you, and
where there is this passage here.
There's a thing where it's like you've done a thing before, and cool, but that thing fucking dictates you, man. And so however you come into the thing is like, can I, because it's not just like, can I express myself in a different way? Can I blow the shell off what you think I am to become a different thing? It takes a long time. It takes a long time, and it takes opportunity. It wasn't until I was just on set for this next season of Gen V coming up. And then there's comedic parts and all that. And this guy afterwards is just, I mean, to get acknowledgement like that, about like, fuck your timing, like, but you don't get an opportunity to do that with consequence where it doesn't matter to other producers are going to sit and tell something like that unless you make your own thing.
See, I would cast you as a therapist.
Oh, very good.
I would love to see you as a therapist. That's so much more interesting.
I'm loving you making a movie that you're going to direct us.
Yes, I was. Now I know why we came here. That's it. I had an acting teacher one time. I came in to do a scene, and I had to use long day's journey tonight. And the role, I believe it's Jamie. If you're not drunk, you can't do the scene. So I come in and I'm drunk. And the teacher, Jeffrey Tambor, who's he's phenomenal. And transparent, right? Yes. And Jeffrey Tambor from Justice for All. He's one of the great actors. And so you're actually drunk or you're playing drunk. And he said, I have to stop you a couple of times. Interesting. I've never seen anything like this. Very bizarre.
The problem is etymological. Who says
you're drunk and you're trying to fall down. Drunk's trying to stay up.
The same kind of problem. This is something you're about.
When you come in and you die, when you get shot, right, when you're trying to cry, you don't die. You don't die when you get shot or you get stabbed, you're trying to live.
you're struggling in when you have, when people come in, when somebody has an illness, you ever meet somebody in real life who has an illness, they're not coming in going, I'm
almost ashamed of it.
They are protecting you. They're not treating it like it's an inconvenience. What breaks your heart is when you know they have 2 weeks to live and they're treating it like an inconvenience. My buddy did that. He had too much pride to let you know that he was going to die. So he didn't let us know. He didn't let us know. He told me everything. I have a text. He died 2 weeks later. The text saying, I'm just busy, Rob. I'm just decompressing. Not from you. We're going to have a great summer. He knew he was dying. That's what real people do, and that's what, when you see a great actor do that. That's why Philip Seymour Hoffman was so fucking good. God, remember him when in Boogie Nights with Mark Wahlberg? He was so attracted to him, and he was like, and the way he was doing it, he's trying to keep it calm. Yes, he's trying to get it. He's trying to hold it together, and he keeps his eyes keep going. He keeps looking at him. He says, "Oh, you're nervous." Yeah,
back those stereotypes. Like when I first started stand-up comedy, everybody used to grip my feelings so bad because everyone knows me as this one thing. I'm like, yes, I did that, but I'm trying to do this. I'd be the middle I said, people shout, "Break down UFC." I'm like, oh, come on, man. You served my feelings so bad for a long time.
You took direction very well,
But you're talking years. I dealt with that for like 5 or 6 years. It wasn't until like the latter of my career, like the last 4 years, where finally people stopped doing it. You're like, no, man. But then I was like, I get it. Yeah, it's not that they're shaming it. They're just, that's what they know. I know. It's nothing personal.
And it's probably complimentary from where they're coming from.
Yes.
I mean, it's not. It's like from where they're coming from. It is. The cool thing about watching you do that and transcend all that stuff is that you're.
And there are a lot of doubts about the veracity of this account.
You know what I mean? To watch you in that role, like watching Brian. Watching Joe, and like you're a real fucking student
in the deep end, and then it was a blessing and a curse because I Brian, my mentor, and then Rogan, so 2 grades.
And them forcing you, go ahead and swim. I was like,
forcing me to water. It was also a blessing and a curse. Because the curse is people know who I am. I can't go to open mic and just work on my craft because I'm hanging out with Brian, Rogan, and Joey Diaz, and Bill Burr, and Theo, and Chris D'Elia. They expect me to be the same as them. It's like, those are my group of friends, but I'm not them. It's like them expecting Brian to be good at fighting because he hangs out in the So I never got that kind of grace. So I thought I worked so hard and took the UFC approach to it. But I was like, all right, how many sets are you doing for? I'm going to do 6. It was always that thing, like, I do more than these guys, so hopefully I can make up my 10,000 hours, half of what usually people do.
That's what we're all trying to do, holding you accountable, because if you're not doing the art justice, then they're going to shit on you.
Take a little break, B, because this is Amplifier Kid with Keith Jardine, and our boy Dave Fletcher is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. And O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repair.
What if I have no experience with cars? You know what I mean?
You can be a car rookie or a freaking pro, and you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
They have thousands of parts and accessories and stuff.
It's in store, or they're going to order for it. Shows up the next day. I love O'Reilly.
What if I want my battery tested for free?
Dude, one-stop shop for all things auto do-yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/finder. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/finder.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Well, with acting, just remember, everybody needs a director. I don't give a fuck who you are. Oh, fuck there's more. Meryl Streep, it doesn't matter. You need a director.
Every fighter needs a coach.
Yeah, you can't see what you're doing. And
I directed myself on my first show.
You need a director. That's why whenever I tell people they go and they have auditions, I'm like, listen, motherfucker, you should be working with someone like me. You work on an audition with me, I'm asking you, I promise I will get you there.
But if you think you can just go and read lines, fuck off. You can't.
You're also you're not respectful.
Yeah, I can help you.
You're not gonna be able to compete.
Find somebody like me who just really studied it. Yeah,
So
I can help you. I can. It doesn't matter. I'm sure you're just as good as anybody, but you need someone. You need someone to kind of give you. You're too close to it.
Yeah.
To give you that. When you walk in a room, you have to do the unorthodox choice, and you have to come with a character. Because the problem is, if you don't come with what, see, the writer has something in mind.
That's what that is.
When you come in there, like with The Hangover, he wrote it as a New York guy. I said to the director, I said, if he owns a wedding chapel in Vegas, he should be from Armenia, he should be from Lebanon. He's the guy who can get you anything. I make very good price for you.
That's dope.
And then they love that he started laughing immediately. Right? So your idea better be better than what the writers do. He rides the writer.
That's a 1 in a million.
Yes, but when you solve that problem for the writer and the director, they want to be surprised.
It's also refreshing.
Yes,
because everyone else is doing the same thing.
yes. When you get in there and you do something they don't expect, my friend got a huge part because of the way she listened. There was the scene she was going, and they're like, that's fucking. The best part I ever got one time that they said, well, you're not good for the part because the guy's supposed to be 6'4", 235 pounds. And I said, yeah, I am. They said, what do you mean? I go, tell them that I think I'm 6'4", 235. That's what I think of myself. When I walk in a room, I walk in like I'm 6'4", 235. That's why I feel comfortable around you monsters. Because I'm going to talk trash. That's what. And so when somebody my size comes in and they're acting like that, it's fucking hilarious. It's different. It's like this guy's like, look at this guy. It's like don't if you're 5'4" and dark haired, walk in and behave as though you're a Viking. Now I'm interested. That's what Al Pacino was so good at. Al Pacino, when he did a play called a tiger wearing a necktie, and the roll call for somebody 6'4" and blonde, and Al Pacino, all 4 feet fucking tall of Al Pacino, walked in and got the part because he played that motherfucker. When fucking Morgan Freeman, one of his first big roles, when he had to play a pimp and a dangerous motherfucker, and he walked up to the casting director, and all he did was take a strand of her hair, and he took it from her shoulder, put it behind her, because it looked better, and he talked real slow. And they said, Dan, you've done this like for real. He hadn't, but he understood. Or maybe certainly in his imagination he had, or like a hitman. I got a big part one time because I couldn't figure out how to play this hitman. I was thinking about it. Then I thought to myself, let me try something. So I went and I did the role, right? And he goes, you're not right for the part, but what the fuck are you doing there? And he had to give me a part later for his next TV show. But he goes, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I did? I said to him, I think if you're playing a hitman, you have a very precarious relationship with life and death. I mean, I don't think you can take a lot of human lives and just walk away from that. So I think that you're always a nose hair away from turning the gun on yourself. This time around, maybe you're not going to kill that person. I think I might kill myself. There's that idea, right? That idea that sort of I can't. And when you play that, when you might do that instead of kill the person, it's fucking interesting because it creates tension.
Do you guys feel any responsibility? Because there's a lot of, it is what it is. Every fighter wants to be a movie star, right? Or a rock star. Like there's that similar path. So you see guys like Connor got into it. Zero Gone, Woody's been doing it, so guys are kind of linking over, but you guys were first, kind of like podcasting. He was the first one ever to do it as an athlete. So when I see guys doing it, I'll usually reach out like, here's something that I did wrong, this is what you should do, man.
Okay, we can understand this, and this can be kind of like a statement of faith.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen those guys.
No Jews there. You could still say, like in Japan, they sometimes have anti-Semitism. There are hardly any Jews in Japan, but you can still be anti-Semitic.
There's somebody that really
here's another one, though. Look at this. If any cleric or layperson, meaning like not an official functional church, eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction.
This is a real.
So what do you make of this? What would this say about the Jewish community of Spain? That's a very good point.
If I get a role
is that
and read for it, like I'm still using with my coaches and all that to get
priests are Jews, but they're getting along well enough that they can have brunch together. And the church is saying that they're going to stop this because one thing leads to another. Eventually, it's mixed in. Who knows? and all that, and I'm finding answers.
This indicates
So
that
on
the Jewish
day
community
when
was
the
at
record,
least
and they went like,
significant enough
oh yeah, but this
that
is a
they are
comedic. This,
eating
I
with
want this
thirst.
to
Now,
be
here's
like
my
serious.
favorite.
You gotta
Check
kill
out
this
this next one.
motherfucker.
This is
Okay,
great.
well, I can go this way really easy.
Landlords are not to allow Jews
Can you
to
guys remember
dress
a
the
movie?
cross.
Was there a seminal movie that got you
God in which they walk next. Such an action by blessing invalid and meaningless. So this is the church writing this canon. Anyone who continues this practice is to be expelled completely from the
It was
church.
incredible, right? It was like
So
runaway
it's a kind of a harsh punishment,
and seeing that, and
allowing
seeing
Jews
him
to
in like
dress the cross. But what does
something
it
like that,
say
I was
about
like,
the Jewish community?
there's something about seeing the breadth of a man
Imply
and going, well, he's here, and he's here.
they were strong in one sense.
And then there's
you
this
have,
idea
Christian
about, I had a crazy imagination as a little
it's
kid
the
too,
beginning of the planting season. They say,
about playing all the
look at that,
characters
we're
that
planting
occur
now,
in
we're
life,
left and right.
I love this idea, like
whatever
Einstein's got a great quote where he says the delusion of
Maria
mankind is that
says
there's
to
more than
Juan,
one of us,
Juan,
right?
you
And then
better
this
get out
idea is
there,
that like
find a
we're all
job,
living
bless our
every
crops,
life,
because we want to
right?
make sure
And
everything goes
what's a
right.
place there you can be where you can do that is like in
great
story. It is
integration
in this
of the
mythology
Jews and
of
Christians.
cinema that we have in this
Believe
way.
that the
And I was
Christians
always
will
fascinated by
rely
that,
on
but it was always like
the
it is
spiritual
everything in my life
activities
is
of the Jews.
like that's
And they don't see it as a contradiction.
that's
They don't see it as a
I see other
problem.
people
The
that
church
are
has to
right.
spell this out.
And
So
then
listen,
you
if
get,
you're
I
getting
mean, these things
one
unfold in this
religion at a
crazy,
time,
crazy
you
way,
can't
and
get
I go,
blessings
fuck,
from
if
the
I'm
Jews
gonna be
and
dead
get
anyway,
blessings
I'm
from
gonna
us.
try.
I'm sorry.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
put
like you
everything I
double
have
up
into
the
the try.
blessings. You choose one or the other. That's
And
it.
that kind
So
of is
this is a remark.
when I started to have some belief in
document
myself,
that
I
even though
guess.
it's written
Yeah,
from the
and that wasn't
perspective of the church,
intelligent. Like
and
in
it
the
doesn't say
mid-20s,
directly
like at work.
how
Any
large
actors,
the
any
community
actors on a
is,
certain
how
road.
widespread
Any
it
actors
is,
that
how
spoke to
powerful
you.
it is. It does give
I love
indications
Johnny
that
Depp.
it must
I
have
love
been
watching
something
his career all
significant
through.
if
I
they
love
would find
watching
it
the guy
necessary
that is
to
really
do
great.
this.
I think is
Now,
Iron Man,
that's
right?
the
You see
up until
Robert
the
Downey
3rd
Jr.
century
as
era.
phenomenal.
Now we
You
get
see
to the
Chaplin.
terrible
Yeah,
music on
holy
horror.
Christ! You see
And this is a
performances
period I
like
have to
that.
say
And
that
Charlie
I
Chaplin. I
mentioned
used
that
to
I
go to
read
my mom's
Cats and I cried.
was an artist.
I
She
actually
would
cried for two
go and she
different
worked at the
reasons. Sometimes I
museum
read
in our
and I cried
town.
because I
In the
saw
basement of the museum,
how scholarship had
they would
changed
show
so much
like
100 years.
Buster
But
and
I
Charlie
also
Chaplin
cried
movies
sometimes
all the
because
time,
this is a
and I would
very,
watch
very
those
sad
guys, and I'd
period
just be like,
of
I was just entranced with that
Spanish
world.
relations. In fact,
I thought that was amazing.
we shall see that
Benicio
one
del
of the
Toro,
reasons
yeah,
for
man,
the
he
beginning of the
does so much without
Jews
doing anything.
and Muslims
And on the other
is
side are
primarily
like
because of
actors
the
like
absolute
Joaquin
incredible
and Juliette
persecution
Lewis
that the
that
Jews suffered
just
under
fucking
the
go for it,
Visigoths
man.
in
And
the
just so
7th
vulnerable,
century.
they don't care what we do.
So what exactly is the Visigothic Empire? Spain at this time was part of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, she's
But
the best. We were
Rome was falling apart.
man.
They were told that Rome was sacked in the year 405 by the Vandals.
Attempting something else.
But there are also other groups
He's not
related
gonna
to
stop.
the Vandals.
If it's a guy that's been in the UFC a while and they work ethic, I'm like, I'm telling you, you guys make fun of these guys, but just wait. They're not gonna stop. If it's a mind rising, they're actually passionate about it. Good luck competing with it. Good luck, whatever it is. With the music, this guy doing this, whatever it is. Podcasts, I see him get started. I'm like, good luck, man. These guys are gonna be monsters. You guys make fun of them now.
podcast. They go all in.
They do, but because it starts with the wrong reasons. Like you'll see guys that start podcasts, be number one, number two for a few months, maybe then all of a sudden it's like, what happened? Maybe the UFC fighters. Like, that's straight to the podcast, they want to know. Because it starts with the wrong reason. All I want to do is I see people making money. They want to do so well. There's a land goal. And when the lights go off on your career,
Between God and Jesus and the Catholic
people are just
Church.
looking to get
The
more
Catholics
light.
wanted to
They're like,
maintain that
so
they
it's
were
the thing where there's
somehow
like
united
and
community instead of the Holy
that's
Ghost.
the thing.
I have no idea what the actual
That's kind of the sad
the
too.
Catholic
Your story about
doctrine
this.
was very much wrapped into the identity of but the Arians want to say, no, there was clearly a hierarchy. There was God the Father, Jesus the Son, and this made a big difference to them. So while they were Arians, the Jews were actually fairly well treated.
When is that coming out? When can I see it?
Considered a heresy by the Catholics in 325 at the Council of Nicaea. Arianism was officially decried as a heresy by the Catholic Church, but Jews did fairly well under Visigoths. We have no instances of any specifically anti-Jewish legislation recorded by the Visigoths. Who basically maintained Roman law. So which Roman law has some anti-Jewish
Do you
discrimination.
guys still keep up with the UFC or no? Like I do a lot of stuff with Rampage. He keeps up with it a little bit now, but not really.
I'm doing more though. I like the story of the Russians guys. I stream Rampage. Let's say
Jackson, that's right. I just was those my guys.
Oh, cool, man. It was so cool, man. Just because I had an opportunity to talk to Rampages over here. Why not
decide to abandon the heresy and become Catholic. And that happens in the year 589.
But it was cool just to
When
learn
Zechariah
more
the
about him.
shown here.
He's such a good dude.
In this
And I had him on
19th
forever, and
century
I always tell him,
briefing,
God, because he's such a personality. You know, I kept telling him, gotta start a podcast. And I don't recommend that for a lot of people. But every time I see Rampage, you gotta start a podcast. Finally, Beer with Jackson, like, yeah, he's the guy, man.
I love when he talks to his son. Makes me laugh so hard.
Just
His son's
understandable why the
his son plays it so well. His son is such a straight man. His son is just like doesn't move and stuff.
Rampage is such a character.
Phenomenon known as the zeal of the
He's a good guy, man. He's a good guy. And smart, like a fox.
The king had for several hundred years close
like,
to the Catholic Church
you know,
and maintained a heretical
you're over there,
movement.
so you watch
When
your
they
friends that are
decided
still
to
fighting,
return to the
and then your
fold,
friends aren't fighting. It's great to watch back. You
literally
hate
their
Joe
bona
enough, and then
fides,
you're
their
like,
good faith,
they kind
by
of dead for
showing
a
just how
while, and then
Catholic
it comes
they
back,
were.
you're like,
And
oh,
in
fuck,
their
we watched the
interpretation,
other night,
the way
like,
to
oh,
do
that's
that would
fucking
be
amazing.
to
Why it's so bad, yeah. My for a long time, especially once I got into comedy and podcasts when I retired, I really kind of shied away from the fighting. I was almost embarrassed of it because I was a world champion. Like I was in King Velasquez, I was in Steve A's, I was embarrassed. So when people would bring it up, I kind of shut down or not engage. And then once I had kids, I started talking to them about it, and I started going through things, and I'm like, well, it's pretty badass. So
You want to watch it. It's crazy how you can do fucking just catastrophically marvelous things that nobody else can do. So you're like, dude, that's so interesting. That's the first time I've ever thought of that. Because I never understood why you would shut. I tried as hard as I could, but it wasn't in the right way that I had the result. And so I'm not happy. I felt like a failure. All of us were like, holy fuck. I was there too, man. When I walked out of the ring, man, I was like, most impressed I've been in my life. I'm like, what am I going to do now? And I'm like, I'm a failure. Like, because I know you, and I know how good you were, and you knew you could have been champion. I knew that about myself too. I knew I could have been champion.
The period that we're going to look at now is from 589 with records to 711.
For us, we got the cage. I know. We got in a cage when they lost the cage and fought on the dudes.
Again,
But then years
we do
later,
not have any
then it became a
Jewish
point where
sources
like I
to
couldn't watch the
describe
UFC, and
how
then it became
Jews
like, all right,
managed these
well, that was pretty cool what I did.
Yes,
draconian
yeah,
laws.
yeah.
We
When
only
you go
have
back
the
doing it,
laws
especially
themselves. And there are
seeing it through the lens of my kids, like they're like,
wow,
wow, this is crazy. I'm like,
law
it
statutes
is crazy.
for historical
You know, or like with football,
For
same thing with
example,
football,
if you
because I was in Tony
see,
Gonzalez, I felt like a
if
favorite.
we were to go
You
back
know,
over
so for
500 years
as
in
soon as I
time
get with football, at least I had
and look
fighting
back
to
at
get
this
into,
period
but I felt
and
failing
say,
football,
wow,
felt like failing.
how
So I wouldn't talk
awesome
about any of that stuff.
America
Went
has
full
a
dive into
past,
comedy. Then once I had kids talking like the baseball and stuff like that, they'd be like, oh my god, and they go through like some of my fights. I'm like,
extreme jail
yeah,
sentences.
you know what? That was
for
pretty
people
fun.
who use
You know what I also
What would
recognize in
you
you?
say
When I
about
first
the
met you,
legislation? You
I
didn't know
was
anything
telling
else.
Jake was
You
that
didn't read any newspapers.
at a
Didn't get
convention,
any social history.
you were
All
like,
you had was the
running us
laws on the
around, I was
books.
doing an appearance
What
or
would you
something like that, and
say
you were just
about
doing the
judges
job,
in
and you
America?
could tell, like in your eyes,
That it was exploding, right?
there's
That they
something
had to
more
keep
in
reiterating
life
these
that you're not
laws
doing,
Yeah.
there's
because
something
people
that you
were
want to
flouting
do.
them.
Yeah.
So we see
And I can see
from
that
the
in you. And
laws
then
some
when I
sense
saw
of
you
how
up in Denver,
society
it's like,
must have
it just made
existed.
perfectly
In the
sense
case
that
of
you're
the
doing the fight and all
well,
that.
Yeah.
so let's look at
Yeah, it's a
something.
weird
First of all,
thing. It's a weird thing, but now, now it's different.
against the wishes
Now
of
I can
many
sit back and
churchmen,
reflect.
forcibly
Like my wife would get after my fights, even when we were just girlfriend and boyfriend.
Now, many
She would always
churchmen,
like after my
Gregory
fights
the
get these
Great among
crazy
them, for
paintings,
example,
like pictures.
indicated
And
that
I'm
he
like,
was
don't
against
yeah,
church
don't
law,
So we had like these
forcibly
amazing
convert Jews to
pieces
Christianity.
forever.
And
And then
in
when we were in
fact,
the house
it
in Austin,
defeated the
she's
whole
like, she gets
purpose
going, fuck
of
yeah, put them up in
the
the office, man. So
existence
my
of
kids
the
go in
Jewish
there.
people.
As soon as their friends go, like, let's take you to the room. They're like, that's my dad there.
We're the same. I got these posters in the fucking attic that I just brought down because I burned down. Maybe I'll put them up for you.
Yeah, my wife has a box my dad's into. I didn't even know. It's all like my actual fight worn gloves. And I was like, and my wife said, she was like, what do you want to do? I'm like, man, this is awesome.
It represents real effort. I think
get to that point, you forget how hard you worked. You forget what you did to get there. You say we won, you lost. Okay, it's like Mark Sanchez was talking about. He was like, hey, it's everything good. And then he had a 500 season, and they'd be like, that guy sucks. And he was like, do you know what it took for me to win just 50% of these games with like how much? So whenever, like, we all fall short of the mark. We all fall short of the mark. But when you work that hard, you forget like the amount of time.
I wasn't too worried about like what the fan base or what people I didn't know said. It was more my own embarrassment. And like I tried so hard, didn't become world champ. So inside, you're like,
Part of that is humility. Part of that is like, I'm not impressed with myself. It's where wisdom comes, right? And so you're like, this is just the thing I'm doing. And the thing is to be a champion, and you're not. And so it's like anything less than that is like, it was just the thing I was doing, and then you move on, and then in retrospect, you're like, that's the most fucking phenomenal choice you made in a turn in your life, you know? But it's not until the rear view mirror. Wisdom comes from coming to terms with your own limitations, but also the fact that you tried really hard at something, and for 1,000 reasons it didn't happen, but then you start to realize that wasn't the point. You get a lot out of it.
But also, what I'm saying didn't happen. When I was my Sundays, when I was 9 or something, here's how it's going to go. You're going to go to the University of Colorado, you're going to get a scholarship to play football, then you get a shot with the Buffalo Bills. Pretty cool, you're not making the team, but you at least get a shot at it, so you can experience it. And then you go to the UFC and be ranked in the top 10, by the pay-per-views, all your fights will be televised. I'm like, what? Well, dude, I won.
Knockout Crow Cup.
It's like you won, but then when you're in it, you're like, oh man.
But that's the thing, since it's a view, and that's what we got too, is like the domain members become larger than your dreams, right? Really cool. When you're done, like I'm not there, I didn't peak in 2007 when I left. I didn't peak when I bought Crow Cup, you know?
He
There's something
instituted
more to keep that drive. And that's what we're talking about Killer Jack. That's what Killer Jack's about. You see those
baptized Jew, who technically should be a full Christian.
give your whole life to this thing,
No, he had to
right?
take
And
an
you're
extra
an
oath
MMA fighter,
because he
you're
could
fighting
not be
UFC, you don't have time for
trusted
shit
as a
else.
true
Like, you need
Christian.
complete
But they did have
dedication.
I can't be one foot in, one foot out. That's why when I see you boys, like when I see American Pride Eagle, whatever you're on,
So they actually had laws
all
in the book
those
saying that
fucking
these
movies you guys
new
do, I see them.
Christian don't have to
Yes,
report
dude.
they
Because
don't enjoy it.
you know
But
we're
the
a
fact
small
that they have to say
fraternity,
that they don't have to
and a
report
lot of guys
makes them
don't
not gonna sit with
make
a number
it.
of them.
Meaning, when they get done, they have nothing else to put their energy into. I mean, it's a disaster.
What's good is you did your whole life this, right? Now you're 38 years old. What are you going to do? Go get some learn and teach MMA and talk about how good you are.
Fucking kickbox coach, like, there's not a ton of options. So that's why then the MMA community can be really toxic. And I always like, you gotta champion these guys. Just support whatever endeavor they're doing.
You know what's cool?
It's so tolerant.
That's what he said. Yeah, I heard him on that Jackson thing. I was watching clips or whatever. I don't know what clip it was from, but he said something like that. He goes, dude, whatever these guys are doing, fucking support that. Support what these guys do. Like the next thing is the most important.
Be like, people were making fun of Willie when he was rapping, right? And I'm like, no. It's so tough what he's done to do. You gotta support him. Because then people are like, oh, fighter pay, or, you know, these guys don't get what they're due. It's like, but then you shit on a guy that goes to attempt something outside the box. No, champion that. Like,
Again, like that, though. You can't give a shit about what the fans think. Because they don't have, they're just like, what's shiny now, what's not shiny. There's like, is it like Rick and Morty where he goes, I don't know what you're here for. I don't care if you boo.
Pulling the hair out of the head.
Yeah, that's a great thing. I see what you cheer for.
It's like,
I see what you cheer for.
Yeah.
Individuals.
You know, you get knocked out, and then you got somebody that goes,
shaving,
dude,
or it could have been
it doesn't matter what you're a warrior class person. This is a different thing. They don't understand. They don't understand.
It's such a small fraternity, man. You know, there's not a ton of fighters.
I think part of writing in general is such an act of faith, and so is making a movie, because, you know, so is writing a special. I'm about to release my special. It's all an act of faith. Maybe nobody watches it. I know it's the best I can do. I know I surprise myself, and I can't do any better than that. I've never done a special where I can do better in that moment. Maybe it's not good. Maybe it's some people, whatever. But overall, I don't know how else to
do it. I like surprising myself. And I think at the end of the day, the whole point of what we're doing is we're in the business of original self-expression. When you want to be original in your self-expression, it requires that you constantly surprise and shock yourself and scare yourself a little bit. And you have to shift your paradigm. You know, Flannery,
That's the one thing all my kids get that I have. I don't know what my dad did when I was young, but if someone's like, I can't climb that mountain, I can't. Like, go ahead and read whatever it is, I'm like, I'll figure it out.
That's the brave shit. It's right. You got the courage to go into an open mic and read a poem in front of a bar at Bronx. It's like when I go on a Blue Life Red Band show the other night, and you see 17 comics, and everybody's got very nice what is funny in their presentations, and you get to see how it's fascinating. You're looking at their process. And you go and express that to animals, which is what most of us humans are.
But then also to your point, like I see when you cheer for, like when people criticize these guys, like, you do it. Go ahead, go try it. Let me know how it goes for you. You know how fucking smart that is when he's doing it.
That's my favorite.
Like Shane Gillis, like he did that whole monologue at the ESPYs. Do you know how big that man's wave was? You know how fucking balls it takes to go, I know I'm going to take so much heat in this room, you're all woke idiots. But I'm not doing it for you. I'm going to eat all the shit in here. This is for everybody else. The amount of fucking bravery and balls it took to do that, people do not understand. I saw it, and dude, I'm at the airport watching it die. I'm like, this dude is a gorilla.
You have a different connection to what it was that he did than
But
either viewer.
and it's awkward in there. But for him to just keep steamrolling, like that dude put on a Hall of Fame.
7-Eleven.
I love the Epstein joke.
589.
An Epstein joke. That's the lead. Yeah.
589 to
He's like, you know what, just forget it.
And that's the
That's all
point
we
when
You talk about the writing and all that too, and that's what it is too. We learn as fighters, and
south
what
of
you learn is
the
not
Iberian
anything
Peninsula
good
in
looks
North
like overnight
Africa.
success, right?
And
What is that? It's that suffering.
There's no writer you know that you admire that doesn't have any trunk full of scripts that never got made. There's no writer and that hasn't written, I'm not kidding, probably 3,000 pages and nobody's read it. Trying to get people, I know successful writers in Hollywood, trying to get people to read it instead of flip through it on the flight is basically impossible.
That's why I use my reader, man. First time, that's exactly it. Everybody has a script in their back pocket. Get somebody to read. Get somebody. You can just make a movie. Get somebody to watch a movie.
This day and age is so much competition.
It drives me nuts.
How many people over the years that you see your grandfather and
like call
for example,
the UFC
the
nutrition is what I'm speaking to. They start off and they're there for 3 years, and they're like that, and they're there for 12 years, and they stop.
And honor the churchmen.
I would everybody. How many people go on and they go, I've been doing this 20 years and now I'm starting, because that's what comics talk about. I've been doing this 20 years and now I'm starting to get good.
That's why I love Tony Hinchcliffe. So Hinchcliffe has been doing Kill Tony. I did Kill Tony in Valley of Liberty 13, 14 years ago, literally 15 years ago. And Tony, like, just kept showing up. He kept doing Kill Tony. Today, he's still, like, I see him every night I'm at book show, and he's in the green room, and he's trying to get better at comedy. He's trying to do stand-up, he's writing, and he's like fucking fretting over this joke and that joke. He has so much respect for the process that it's kept him grounded. I said to him, we were hanging out at Minty's, and I said, I gotta tell you, dude, you have not changed. There was an article about how he superseded Rogan. He said to Rogan, like, you guys better start practicing bit. But this kid is the same guy, and if anything, he's more gracious now. And that's the one thing I admire about somebody, because he's so anchored to the work. He loves comedy. He loves when you're good, and he just has nothing but respect. So, to your point, the people that stick around, that just keep doing it no matter what, regardless, it does pay dividends. Keep at it.
And also, you have to be talented.
You gotta be talented.
But I just think when you like go, let's say 1 out of 1,000 scripts get made. With my son, this coach was giving me the odds of him making the MLB. Oh, I'm gonna stop you there.
The
We don't
punishment,
believe in
of
odds.
course, is
Yeah,
draconian,
because if I
but it
base my
also
life off
tells us
odds,
that there must have been children
played
who were
college
studying
football,
Torah.
never touched the NFL, we never made the UFC.
This is
The
actually, I'm
odds
going
are
to
for
use this on my
what if the
kids
internet.
when they
Don't,
go to
don't,
bed in the
yeah,
morning.
don't put that
You
on
know
my
what the
son.
Jews
They're
are,
not
this is not the same
No, we don't give a fuck
It
about
gets
that.
to a
One in a million.
where it's hard to even
And you
imagine
know
that
why
these
it's not
legislation
1 in a
is actually
million?
implemented.
Is because
That
999.
is one of the last
Yes,
pieces
that's
that
the
came
point. Because they're looking at the outside,
Jews
they
are
fucking quit. And they get somebody puts an idea, you're too old, you're too skinny, you're too short, you're too whatever.
Yeah, I tell my son, like, we don't believe in that. Save that for the trash. We don't, that's not our thing.
How fortunate that your kids got your perspective, you know, like the benefit of that kind of a perspective. And his bone structure. They're giants. Let's not get twisted. Let's not get twisted. They're both over 100 pounds. Giant children. I got some of the reasons right now. Like, how do you, you talk about writing, like, how do you write a joke? How do you write it? How do you do it? For me, it's a mindset. So what I always do, give them a real I ask the big questions. So I always like key into what am I honestly afraid of? What do I honestly revere? Who am I pretending to be? Who am I really? Who do I want to be? What am I going to regret not doing when I die? What do I not want to say when I die? What do I want to say when I die? These are the things I ask those big questions. Here's a great question for all of us. What is the primary question in your mind? Everybody has a primary question. We're all walking around with a question. It's probably an unhelpful question. Something like, am I good enough? Am I lovable? Or whatever it is. And you can reprogram that question, but if you look at our authors, if you look at most writers, they always seem to be right trying to answer the same question. And to me, my question has always been, what is a man? How do you define masculinity? And what is that, in what relationship does masculinity have to encourage? Those are big questions. Like, what is courage? You know, those are
once again put down.
Yeah.
There's only in
those are questions. What is it about this stuff that you guys are doing that we all do, even myself? What am I doing wrestling at 58 years old, for real? I wrestled 3 rounds today at 58. It's adorable. But what is this armor that we're always putting on? Why are you still in this kind of shape? Why are you always like, you two, you're bench pressing and all that? We do the tattoos and the big muscles and the black. What's going on here? What are we really doing? It's a good question to dilate on. Because I think from there's a lot of gold in that. And part of what I think I try to write about is I try to ask myself, what would happen if I let it all go? If I just fucking completely let it all go. You ever do that? You ever just stand for a second and kind of see who's left when you really feel vulnerable, when you really feel open? You know, we go to the theater for 2 reasons. We go to the theater, we watch movies to laugh and to cry. The reason we go to a movie to laugh and cry is because when you laugh and when you cry, and there's a space in between called inspiration. And a lot of times you laugh because it's so beautiful that it's overwhelming. That's a fact. So that's why when you listen to a great piece of music, it brings you to your knees, right? You see the Sistine Chapel, it brings you to your knees. There's a reason for that, because most of our lives are filled with drudgery. I have to eat, I have to sleep, I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta have sex, I gotta make enough money. That ain't life. You feel that you forget all that. You forget you're human. You actually forget you're human when you see great art, because it puts you in a state of high relief. You stop for a second and you even forget to breathe. And you go, wow, oh man, that makes me believe in God or something bigger than myself. That's what we go to the theater for. It's not just car chases. Any great movie, any great drama starts, the character has something they want. They're going for the money, they're going for the treasure, they're going for whatever. If it's a great drama, they give up what they want for what they need. It's so interesting to me that our heroes in the movies give up everything they've been going for through the whole movie, and we want it for them. They end up with nothing, but they get what they need. Usually it's like, oh, I thought about somebody else for the first time in my life. I sacrificed myself for someone else. That's a really interesting thing. We're listening with our psychic structure. We all do it. Here's the other thing is, what's a tragedy? A tragedy is when the character starts with a fatal flaw, pride or whatever, and they never let it go. They hold on and get sucked into the deep of the white whale. Ahab just couldn't let go of his obsession. He wanted revenge on that white whale, and he finally harpooned it, but his leg got caught and he got pulled in.
And if you read the book in Moby Dick, it happens this fast. It's so anticlimactic. It just disappears. Because when you get pulled in the water, you disappear. And that's what happens in life. So to me, the long way of saying I write about those kinds of things when I think about it. I find it very interesting that all of us, and the final theme is that there's always that passage from boy to man. Why is it that Harry Potter goes from being boy wizard to wizard to man? What is the resurrection story? That resurrection story is played out everywhere. It's because we believe that inside of us, this is not all that there's. That I have more in me, and it's going to take courage. And I'm going to be in the middle of the fucking ocean without a paddle, and I'm not going to know how to get back. And everything I got ready for, my cauliflower ears and all my armor. The challenge, the dragon, I've never seen before, and I have no armor for the dragon. I didn't get ready for that. That all my technique doesn't work against that fucking dragon. I got to figure it out. That's another story.
I also think, Keith, when you're like, how do you write jokes? When I first started comedy, that's the first question I'd ask all the guys I looked up to. Like, I'd ask Bill Burr, I'd ask Dewey, I'd ask Theo, I'd ask Brian, I'd ask Rogan. Everyone had a different answer. And it comes down to, you got to figure that, like, you got to make your own that works for you.
But it starts with emotion. It starts with one thought.
But then, like Rogan, he literally sits down at a keyboard every night. Right? This thing goes over and over it. He keeps working, goes over and over it. And Bill Burr, he physically has to write.
But Joe's always written from
The Theo's just off the top. Well, that's Theo, you can't ask Theo to write a joke. No, it's comedy. So I was one of those guys that's just funny. I would talk to Theo, I'm like, all right, not fooling him, right? Like, I'm like, that's not me. I don't have that skill set. So, right, Theo's out. He's like an alien. So then, when it comes to work ethic, I'm more like Rogan, so I type it out. But then that didn't work for me because then I found myself talking not how I talk. Because when you write it down, it's not really how you talk. So it's like took forever to figure out.
That's hard if you talk off. I wrote a eulogy for a friend, right? I had to go, like, what an honor, and then I write this whole, and I write all this out. And then the morning that I'm going to go,
speaking out loud guy, and I
go, this is bullshit. I'm going to be talking to these people, not reading them. And then it's just you go and you worry, right? And that becomes the thing. And there's something in between there where how do you put that oration on paper so you can recreate it night after night.
So my method was bullet points and then fill in, be yourself between the points, and then
we start with stories.
Start with stories. Start with bullet points. I just need one word to remind me.
Yeah,
and you're like, just go out and then tell a story, tell them a story.
And we would add little things in there. We'd highlight on certain things. What did the surgeon look like when he shot your, let's stop in each sort of turning point of the story and play with that idea.
Instead of telling the story to get to the end.
Because you have it. What I love about stand-up, like Ellen used to do this really well. You have a story, so you get to a point. They're going to tell you a story. There's going to be a beginning, middle, and end. There's no reason why you can't tributary. You can't go off on a tangent. The great jazz, but in jazz they call it swinging. So in jazz you have a song, right? You have there's a beginning, middle, and end song. The great jazz musicians, whether it was Thelonious Monk or it was Charlie Parker or it was Whitmer Marsalis, they would swing, and swinging is when they'd improvise. So they go. You can hear this great recording of Charlie Parker. He's playing a song, and some sailors walked in. And when the sailors walked in, he starts playing an old sailor tune. Within the fucking volume, seamlessly. And it's this old, like, sailor tune. And he starts to play, and then he comes back to the song. And the whole fucking crowd goes, motherfucker, this dude. And it's just like improvising. It'd be like a comic. Where I see the sailors and I'm like, nice bell bottoms. They come with clogs or whatever fucking. Now, what I was saying, you tie it in.
Are you guys good at stopping stone roses like in your UFC career? Like people ask about it, I was bad at it because I was like, I'll take a race for it. So it was like the next race, the next race.
This is a car dealership. For those of you who are native to New York City, this is what a car dealership is supposed to look like. In Miami, it's got a Miami
racehorse, and I never like raced it. And then even with comedy, I don't just stand up anymore because my kiddos, I couldn't do the graph
the
it's
lecture
I was wanting to
last
out.
week.
I
I'm
had
really
kids. I couldn't travel
surprised
all
with
the
how
time.
well it did.
So
I mean, again, once again,
it's like
the people who
music
got
off
it
it up. Brian knows how hard it is. So it's like I can't do it. So I'm not going to do myself like this service to it. But I think back, like, when Brian's talking about that stuff,
but over
like,
the span of
going
1
through
week,
that
I thought I'd share
process,
with
and
you
I'm hanging out with all these
statistics.
great comics.
We got
What
over
a fucking
1,800
blessing.
views,
I look back at it, I'm
99
like, that was
likes,
such a cool
50 shares, and the average watch
time I had
time, which
no
is
clue.
usually a
I had no
measure
clue
of
that the golden age of the
degree of
comedy store.
penetration you
I'm
have into
getting
your
up on
audience.
Joey
Over
Diaz, all these
20 minutes,
monsters. I
which
was
is
just
like
like, this
5
is
minutes
comedy. This is
longer
what
than
you do.
my video
Now I'm
on
out of it,
average.
looking back, I'm like,
So
wow,
it really turned out to be a topic that
that's so
captured
cool.
people's interest, and
Like,
I'm very
one of the best
grateful
times of my life.
that
those
just finds some resonance. And as mentioned,
shows, the comic strips,
the
on the
the
planet.
real
Best.
benefit
You walk out of the
to
green
our
room and
student
be like, hi,
population
John, I
is
go over, remember?
$2,000 over the past year. It's now up to $9,000, $96. Still a little short of my goal of $100,000, but we have a few more weeks yet to go. Almost all of the lectures for this semester are already sponsored. We have a couple of them left. Otherwise,
Like, on campus, they tell me, like, like this.
okay, let's go to the material itself.
With my
Tonight's
kiddos, it's
lecture
the
is going
only
to
time
be
I'm
reliant very
the
heavily
only time
on the
where
work of Eliyahu
I can
Ashtor.
recall how he
There's
played in
not
this
a
game. I
great
can recall what we did on vacation.
reservoir
If
of
it's about
scholarship
me or
on the
anybody
2
else, I
centuries
don't
between
really.
the Muslim conquest
The kids
and
make me
the
present, which is weird.
and the life of Chassidai ibn Shaprut on the Jews specifically, and he's certainly one of the primary sources. He was originally born in Berlin as Edward Strauss and earned his PhD from Germany, and then he emigrated to Israel, where he became associated with the library at the great Hebrew University. There he wrote some very lyrical studies. It was an entirely different generation of scholarship. History has to be entertaining. So even though he's doing deep academic work, he has these amazing passages where he puts you right there in the scene. He describes the weather, he describes the clothing, and there's no way he's just making that stuff up. But it reads really well, and it's very great story. His Jews of Muslim Spain is available in 2 volumes. You can see it's really a 3 volume, so it's quite a significantly thick book, but definitely worth reading. So we're going to rely very heavily on his research tonight.
People were catty. People would carry each other down.
Let us begin first of all
punch Bobby Lee in the face.
sort of a
Like, there's all
reset
this that's going on. There's a lot of like, fuck you, because that could be my spot, so I can't beat you.
The relations
Like,
between
there's a lot of
Jews,
that kind of stuff.
especially
It went back.
Israelis
That thing
and Muslims, over the past 200 years
King was gone. The king was
increasingly
gone.
fractious
So then it
and
went
difficult.
back.
The reality is that much of this
And
is
it went back,
occasioned
reverted
by
back to that,
the
and everyone was
nationalist
catty,
movements
fighting,
that
because you don't have a king who goes, hold
first
up,
arose
this is how we
among
act,
Eastern
this is how we treat
Europeans
it. When everybody
and
does
Jews
better,
among
everybody
them,
does better.
were
And if you
ultimately
don't like it, get the
expressed
fuck
in
out.
Zionism,
And
which
notice
is
Rome's like,
fundamentally a
cool, and then
nationalist
he
movement
has the same
of
culture
the
here now.
19th century,
They all
even
support
though
each
it
other.
obviously has
Nobody's
roots going back
negative.
to the biblical
You
period.
need that king.
And
So when
then
the
in
king
the 20th
left,
century, the
that
burgeoning
he left the asylum
Arab
to the fucking
nationalist
inmates.
movements as well, which naturally
And there's nobody
came
else that
into
cares
conflict
about
with
the community
Zionism.
enough,
And
even
we're
if they're
not going to,
big
in
like
this
that. They care
semester at
about
any rate, go
themselves,
through
and so
the,
they're not leading.
There's
You
only
have
one,
that.
there's only one
and
Rogan. He had
tragic
to respect when he
moments
fought
in
in.
that
People are like,
history. But
okay, I
there's no
have to act a
question that
certain
over
way.
the last
When he
200
left,
years,
that was gone.
Jews and
There's no one
Arabs,
as
especially
powerful
Israelis
because
and Arabs,
what
have
Joe
gotten
says
along
goes.
much
You know what I'm
closer.
saying? Because he's
When
done
we
it.
take a
You know, you
broader
get the expression in
historical
Hollywood, but you can apply it to,
viewpoint, however,
I mean,
Jews
the
have
expression in
actually
Washington, D.C., you
fared
can apply it to
on the
Hollywood.
whole
If you want a friend, if you're in
better
D.C., you want a
under
friend in
Muslim
Washington, D.C.,
lands
buy a
Muslim
dog. Yeah,
control
feed a
than
dog.
they have
In Hollywood.
Well,
Yeah,
a
it's
whole
just anywhere else.
series of reasons that I'd like to
Hollywood, the
explore
way they see you
over
is
the
like,
next 2
are you
slides
somebody that
before we get to Spain.
can
So
help
we
me
have to
come up to
understand
the
that the
level,
period that we're
or
going
are
to be
you using
discussing
me to
today, and in fact for the next few weeks, is a period when Muslims and Jews were actually quite close. Not to say that, you know, they were beloved of each other and that they were tolerating each other's differences without the occasional punctuation of violence or polemic, but compared to the experience of Jews in Christian Europe, it was actually much, much better, and allowed for the flourishing of Jewish culture at a few key points in Spanish history in particular. Let us examine some of the factors that would lead us to this conclusion. First of all, we should bear in mind, and this is especially true in Spain, that we have three cultures in a triangular conflict in the Iberian Peninsula: the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim. And when you look at the 3 points of the triangle, it's not like, what do you call it? Is it isosceles when they're all identical? Equilateral. It's not an equilateral triangle. Islam and Judaism are structurally much more similar than Christianity and Judaism, for one thing. Islam and Judaism both place emphasis on orthopraxy rather than orthodoxy, meaning both of these faiths are very much behavior-oriented. They have codes of law. The Jews have Shulchan Aruch, Halakha. The Muslims have Sharia, also codified in 4 distinct traditions. There are ritualized, actually there's very little distinction between ritual law and civic law and criminal law in both faiths. They're all part of one
The old
whole.
joke was
There's
my
much
friend
less emphasis in general
His buddy feel
on
it, man. As soon
specific
as you meet him, you
articles of
feel it.
faith.
You know, being in Hollywood, I'll be having a
Whereas in
fucking deep
Christianity,
conversation. The
creed
guy's like
is
staring off,
incredibly
he's
important.
looking for
And
like
five
the best thing. I'm
distinctions
like, buddy, I'm fucking right here, man.
It's like my buddy Jack says too. This guy goes, his mother found his mother died in this producer, and he goes, sorry about your mom, dude. He goes,
between
I gotta talk to this fucking.
Islam does not have that same distinction, nor do Jews.
That old joke in Hollywood too. 2 producers are talking, and one of the producers goes, "You're lying to me." And the producer goes, "I know, but let me finish."
How one dresses, how one eats, how one does business.
You want a friend here in DC? You want a friend in Washington DC? Buy a dog.
Feed a
to a
dog.
large
And it's
degree,
the same
many of these
idea in Hollywood.
similarities are Islam, which began in
Hollywood,
the
the way they
7th
see it is like,
century,
are you somebody that
borrowed openly
can help me come up to another
practices in a
level?
lot of different
Or are
ways.
you using
The
me to come
idea
up
of
to my level?
orienting one's faith
The old joke was my friend
direction while praying. A
his
number of
buddy
times
fell
when
in.
praying,
As soon as you meet him, you feel it.
codified.
You know, being in Hollywood, I'll
The
be having
idea
a
of
fucking deep conversation. The guy's like staring off, it's like, looking for the next best thing. I'm like, buddy, I'm fucking right here, man.
That's like my buddy Jack says too. This guy goes, his mother found his mother died in this producer.
Christians in many
And
ways have a shared cultural
sorry about your mom,
vocabulary.
dude. He goes,
Makes it much easier for them.
No, hold on, I gotta talk to this fucking.
Christianity, on the other hand, developed in an entirely different direction.
That old joke in Hollywood too. 2 producers are talking, and one of the producers goes, "You're lying to me." And the producer goes, "I know, but let me finish."
Status like the Virgin Mary, for
That's
example,
Hollywood.
the
That's
status of the
There's a
Immaculate
desperation
Conception,
there that if
all
you're
kinds of
doing it all,
theological
any of
debates
that
that
kind of
often
stuff,
are
you
dizzying
feel it.
for the average person.
And I don't care if you live in the hills or if you live in a shitty apartment on Hollywood Boulevard.
And things like
You're
that.
in the same
So in
fishbowl
other
of
words,
desperation.
structurally
It
speaking,
feels like
Muslims
that.
and
Back
Jews
then, 2 people who would like Harvey Weinstein was always
Always
good to me.
Secondary
Always good to me. Very
familial relationship.
I knew about Harvey way before because my girlfriend was the first to come out against him with the New York Times. So I knew about that shit forever. But it wasn't just that. If you do that, if you're that kind of guy, you're a piece of shit across the board. You know, like it's not like you do that. And I remember my 2 friends had a movie with them. They were doing a movie with them. And I was like, that's a big deal. You know, fucking, when he was running barebacks and stuff like that. And I never forgot, literally,
became a Gentile.
2 months later, I was like, how's it going with Harvey? And my buddy goes,
non-Jewish
I don't know.
But in
And I
the
go, what do you
first
mean? He goes,
100 years of
he just
Christianity's
lies.
existence as a movement,
He just
it was very
fucking
difficult
lies.
to determine exactly
And then
what
he
was
acts like
Jewish,
it's nothing,
what
but
was
we
Christian.
know he's lying.
So
He just fucking
as it
lies. You know?
emerged,
And that was, you know, for a
very
long time, you can
closeness
kind of get
caused
attached
the
to
degree of
him.
But it's also
where
no.
in order
Yeah,
to
but it's
define
also
themselves,
that.
Christians
Did you
had
see that
to
CEO at the
contrast
Coldplay
their
concert?
behavior,
Yeah.
attitudes, ideas
So
with
he had
the
to resign,
other
right? He's out.
I think
So
I've given you all
I know buddies that
the Cholent metaphor,
work
right?
with him and around him, and they all go, thank God.
I see some
You
people
think it's
think
about
that
time? Like, apparently he was just a
videos
complete piece
on
of shit.
that.
Like,
But basically
super difficult.
in their desire,
You already started that conversation doing shady shit. You know what I would say is impossible to work with? So when he finally resigned, they went, thank God, because if this didn't happen, he would have been the
why she does things differently than some other
they were
guys.
trains everybody
And that
below them, like you're
sometimes
saying,
creates a
how to
certain kind
behave.
of negative
Right? It
tension.
would have been awesome if they just
Very
noticed that instead of running,
perceptive
they
and
just went,
heroic theologian Rosemary
because you already
Radcliffe
kicked
once
out.
put it,
Anti-Semitism
anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. What she meant by that was, in an attempt to elevate Christianity as a faith, with the right hand, it was necessary with the left hand to denigrate Judaism.
He was just
So
like,
that's
right away. He's
by
worth 10
nature
million.
of the very closeness of Judaism and Christianity, they have a much more
Look at how they reacted. They're not separate. Who told you that?
negative
I know for a
relationship
fact
with
here.
each other.
I think they are.
Islam, on the other hand, which is learned 6 centuries later, is like a grandchild. And a grandchild does not necessarily have
Look it
like
up,
this.
Jen. I'm almost positive.
Let's say the Zaidi comes over from behind, comes over from Europe, the grandfather, and he's very observant and keeps the Sabbath, keeps the dietary laws and things like that.
I'm going to say
And
it's
the
the
son,
system
who
that
was
trains
born here in America, has already
It's the
tossed
same.
a lot of those
Everybody
things
goes, oh, he's in
overboard,
jail
like
now. No, that's not a problem.
going overboard.
That's the same problem that's going on all the time. No matter what. Because the system dictates, like, hey, I got to the riches, I got to this where I can say yes or no. And then he was probably as surprised as anybody the first time he pulled his dick out.
The grandson
And
has
somebody
no
fucking good
inbred
looking jerked him off.
hostility to religious
Right? And then he's like,
behavior.
oh,
And he
that's
looks
just part of
at
the
Zaidi
job.
and says, oh, isn't
Right?
that
And then
cool?
just
Look
go.
what Zaidi
Start
does.
getting away with it. That's what I mean about that desperation.
Look how Zaidi prays. So the grandson doesn't have the same degree of hostility to the Zaidi the way the son does.
They call these people
So
crazy.
Islam in
This
this
and that. He says,
relationship
I'd
is
like
like
you
the
to consider that
grandson
maybe the town's a
who
little
looks
sick.
to Judaism
And there's
and
bad
doesn't see it
aspects
as
of
a
it
threat
that
to his own
nobody
identity.
talks
He
about.
sees it possibly, maybe
Yeah, I
we
mean,
could
look,
get something from
it's
that.
so true.
And so the possibility
you
of a
watch
synergy
Entourage,
between Islam
and
and
then you'll
Christianity
get a
and
sense
Judaism
of
is actually much
how
more
you
possible,
were
both
able
for the
to
structural
behave
reasons
back
and for the
And if you weren't
chronological
on the
reasons.
end,
And in
you
fact,
you
later on in
basically
this
had to
course,
play
when
ball.
we look
You say
at
that show, it makes
some
me
of
think
the
of all the other people that are
interesting
canceled.
blends
I'm like,
of
they didn't
Sufi
find out about
thought
that guy yet.
with
Yeah,
Jewish thought in surprising
she
places,
did a
like, for
statement saying
example,
they're
the influence
divorced.
of Sufism
No,
on
no, she
the
not for divorce
Rambam's
now.
only
Yeah,
illustrious
they were
son,
together.
Abraham.
Yeah, they said she had his last
So,
name on her
with
Facebook,
these two
and then
factors
5 minutes
in
later, that
particular,
last name is off of
Jews
her
actually
Facebook,
have
and now
much
she's
more
dead,
of a
and then she put out a
possibility
statement saying
of
she's gonna file for
achieving some
Yeah,
kind of
But I
modus
think that they were
vivendi,
both
if not
already
even a
kind of like in a
rapprochement,
situation where they're
with the
separated. I told you apart.
made it much more possible.
I
Not to say
saw
that there
Charlie
were not
Kirk
moments of violence, not to say that
make
there
a
were not
post. He's pretty
moments
careful
of
with what he says.
discrimination
And
and
he said
persecution,
it was more like,
but
what do you
on the
guys think of
whole,
this?
it was
Because
definitely much
they
better
were
in Muslim
respectively
I
separated.
recall a few
Problem
years
is
ago
that
I
she's
was
the head of the
looking
HR
at
and
a
he's the creator of
bibliography
the
of
company. So
anti-Jewish
what happens
polemics,
is you said
and
you said
it
a
was
very,
for much of the
it's a
medieval
very,
period. I
because
wish I
she's
remembered the
HR.
title.
So
And I
HR
was
takes all
amazed
these like
because
fucking, I feel
4/5
sexually
of the
harassed and
book
all that stuff.
were
no, there's no indication that
anti-Jewish
he's separate.
polemics
That's why
published
we're
in Christian
And
lands.
that comes from
And
his
the remaining
TikTok.
bit was the index, the table of contents, and a tiny little section on Muslim. and
Welcome.
Muslim
How you living,
So
Pimp?
it's not a big industry. They didn't have the leadership. They didn't have the same kind of
That's his wife.
Zoot.
Masha'en King, which is not the case.
You changed your PFP. How you living, baby?
I didn't change my PFP.
Well, it looks different. It looks like it's not your dog anymore. It's Sproto.
I didn't change my PFP. I changed my account.
Okay. Well, are you ready to play?
Yep.
Excellent. How are you? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy in 5 days?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that time I sent you an invitation?
Remember that time I sent you an invitation?
Yeah, that's what I just asked you, dude. How's your day going, Zoot?
Not bad. Had a good night.
Did you get laid?
No.
Dude, are you going to accept my invitation or not? Are you going to accept my invitation or not? Doug, everybody's waiting on you. Zoot! Zoot, why are you being an ignorant slut?
Because I can't accept your invitation because I have another. I bought a new phone, so I have another account. So you're gonna have to add me on that account.
You got a new phone?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Not really.
What's your... Well, add me as a friend. I'm the rabbi.
Yeah. I don't like this profile picture.
Okay, no one cares. The only thing about which people care... The only thing about which people care is that you send me a friend request. Have you done so? Yo, Pimp, have you sent me an invitation?
What's a good profile picture?
You're Sproto?
What's a good name?
Zoot. Keep it Zoot. You were Zoot 1, be Zoot 2, or Zoot 69, or Zoot 100, or Zoot _1. Just be Zoot, because I'm not going to fucking think about it. I just want to know it's Zoot.
Zoot 11.
Okay, that's cool. Did you send me an invitation?
What's the name of the movie character? What's a good movie character?
Darkwing Duck.
What's a good?
Roger Rabbit. Mickey Mouse.
Do you remember Neopet?
A what?
Do you remember Neopet?
Neopets like Tamagotchis?
Yeah, do you remember Neopet?
Fuck yeah, everybody remembers Tamagotchis.
No, Neopet.
No one knows what the fuck that is. Are you gonna join? Are you gonna send me an invite? You're Zoot 11. Did you see I sent you an invitation?
Give me a sec.
Yo, Pimp, are you done? Pimp. Pimp, are you done? Pimp. Yo, dog. Are you done? Yo, pimp. 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 Yo, dog. WTF. Zoo. Yo, come to my Discord. Why? We'll download it. I tell everybody what to do. Okay, cool story, man.
Case, let's say, the contemporary period, the 20th century, we live in a very different time. Okay, to give you a sense of the, this is not to say that this is like,
I wish they showed them when they were happy instead of wrestling.
and America and
Well,
everybody
if he's waiting for me, so he made a joke. He should have been like, you're fucking joking, man.
Much of that relationship was outlined by known popularity as the past.
Yeah, she resigned right away. He got
Umar
fired.
was one of the earliest caliphs of the 7th century, shortly after Muhammad himself. And according to tradition, he answered a series of questions posed to him by non-Muslims, like Christians, about, well, okay, so now Islam is the dominant religion and we live in a Muslim land. How are we supposed to behave?
Yo, pimp.
Christians and by extension Jews would have to live under.
Did you send me an invite?
It's quite likely that the Prophet Umar was actually offered
Dude.
and was used to justify
Okay, I see you.
anyways, but for the sake of argument, we can understand it as something that pertained in the 7th century as well. Basically, the argument of the Prophet Umar was that Jews
I saw it. Oh, you have to watch it for the fans.
Al-Kitab, people of the book, as a
So you have an invitation.
religion that had received, according to Islamic theology, at some point communications from
Zoot.
the form of prophecy. They were to be tolerated
Zoot.
as way Jews. In other words, Judaism was a protected religion within Muslim lands, as was Christianity.
Zoot, come on, dog.
Later, for other reasons, Zoroastrianism.
Zoot.
But basically, Jews were allowed to practice their own faith within Muslim lands.
Playing with you is the
There were
worst.
limits. They were not allowed to practice their faith in such a way that it might attract Muslim converts from Christianity. For example, they are not allowed to, have too raucous celebrations for Purim or Simchat Torah. They are not allowed to build their houses of worship to be taller than the mosques. And in fact, widely ignored, they are not allowed to rebuild mosques, they're not allowed to rebuild synagogues once they fell down. In reality,
Just a moment.
There were discriminations in terms of modalities of dress, of occupation, and things like that.
What'd you say, Pimp?
Sometimes irritating symbolic, discrimination.
I can't hear you. Say it again.
It was something that Jews could live with. Christians also looked at us. They were known as dhimmi, or protected peoples.
Doug.
They had a financial disability. They had to pay a special poll tax called
Dog. You normally have that one muted, dog. You normally have that one muted, dog. Okay, well, get your shit together.
Oh, you are fucking sweet. You fucking fucking this guy.
Zoot, you've literally played this game more than any person I've ever. And didn't think it was possible to play it more than I do. Your shot sucks. What's your first joke going to be on Monday? Zoot, what's your first joke going to be on Monday?
How much you suck dick at me, girl?
Are you fucking serious?
Shit. Grandma.
Don't you do it. Zoot. Zoot. You could replay them the video of this hole if you want to make people laugh.
Like that shot?
Zoot. That was dog shit. Zoot, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
You know what was the other? I knew that was the other.
Yeah, but more importantly, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
I have no idea who that is.
He played Theo on the Cosby Show.
Yeah. What's your favorite Ozzy rock one? Black Sabbath song.
Crazy Train. What about you?
This is going to sound bad, but I don't know a single Ozzy Black Sabbath song.
No, that doesn't sound bad.
I knew who he was as a first. I actually watched some of the Ozzy on TV. Just in to Black Sabbath.
stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Blay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress.
What'd you think of that shot, big dog?
All your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell.
That's in trouble.
What it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis.
Look how sick this shot is.
Chronic signs of inflammation.
You're saying you're a rabbi?
I know I'm a rabbi.
The body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of immunostem and adaptostem together, supporting the body to be best.
Dr. Blay, how will it feel after taking adaptostem and immunostem?
The immunostem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24
Was
hours.
Jesus a rabbi?
It's an arguable point. Some people say he was, some people say he wasn't. He had teachings and was had followers. The fact that he taught, by definition, makes him a rabbi. Now, was he a recognized rabbi of the Sanhedrin of that time? No. But the fact that he taught, the word rabbi just means teacher.
You know, the king of the Jews. But people don't want to. He's the king of the Jews, but the Jewish people don't want to know you.
Yeah, because we didn't term him that. The Romans termed him that. It would be like if
I just feel like
the French termed Mel Gibson king of the Australians when he's not even Australian. He's American. You would be like, he's not even Australian.
Mel Gibson is. Also, what is it better, Mad Max, Tom Hardy or Mel Gibson?
I probably think Mel Gibson. Do you like Tom Hardy?
He's not a bad actor. There's definitely worse actors, but he could. But he's not a bad actor. But I haven't seen him in anything noteworthy. He was a good Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, but it's he was good at character as Bane, but it wasn't Heath Ledger Joker level.
What?
In the same league.
What's your favorite Batman movie?
You know, it's a tie between the Batman, which is Robert Pattinson's Batman, and Matt Reeves' Batman, and the Dark Knight.
What about the original Batman?
You mean Tim Burton's Batman?
Michael Keaton, yeah.
Yeah, Tim Burton's Batman.
All right, what are your thoughts?
Extremely. They're more they're more faithful to the comic books.
Well, isn't that how it's supposed to be?
No.
Okay. Do you know that Riser and I have played like 30 games of basketball and he still can't beat me? Just like you. The best you guys have ever done is tie me.
I mean, Batman and Robin is more faithful to the comic books than the Dark Knight trilogy, but they fucking suck. That movie sucked.
No, it didn't. It was a good movie. Dude, you're playing.
Subjective, I guess.
You're playing well. Didn't that one have Nicole Kidman? No, it didn't. That was Batman Forever. No, it didn't. Michelle Pfeiffer was Batman Returns. It had Alicia Silverstone.
Okay. Batman Returns had Batman Returns was one.
Danny. It had Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, Danny DeVito as the Penguin. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
Who do you think the best Catwoman was?
I don't know if I saw the Anne Hathaway one, but she's hot as fuck. But and I don't think I saw just the regular Catwoman with Halle Berry. But Michelle Pfeiffer, she knocked that shit out of the park. She's hot as fuck. Anne Hathaway's a thing, though. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go?
Why did I think Katie Holmes played Catwoman?
Did she?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
She played something.
Yeah, Dawson. The other role I know Katie Holmes from was Dawson Craig.
Hold on, I think she did play Catwoman. Let me look that up. I think she did in like one of the Christopher Nolan ones.
No, that was Anne Hathaway.
She played something. Katie Holmes portrays Rachel Dawes in Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. She was replaced by Maggie Gyllenhaal in the sequel. So she plays Rachel Dawes in Batman. I don't know. Who is that?
Who the fuck Rachel Dawes?
We have to look this up. In 2005, Batman Begins set the foundation of DC's mega hit The Dark Knight that would eventually become one of the greatest superhero trilogies of all time. Though one key actor didn't return in the movie's cast, initially played by Katie Holmes, Rachel Dawes was an original creation for Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. Heck! Pardon me. Appearing in two of the three parts of the iconic Dark Knight trilogy. She was Bruce Wayne's childhood best friend and romantic interest throughout Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, ultimately playing one of the most significant parts of the franchise. Rachel Dawes didn't make it past The Dark Knight's ending, as her death sent reverberations throughout Gotham, prompting Bruce Wayne to contemplate his place as the city's protector and starting Harvey Dent down the path that would turn him into Two-Face. Despite portraying Rachel in Batman Begins, Katie Holmes had reservations about continuing to place the career beyond that. Ultimately, she was recast and didn't return to The Dark Knight. She's hot as fuck. Katie Holmes was recast in The Dark Knight because she wanted to explore other roles. She told Business Insider in 2016 that she really enjoyed working on Batman Begins and that her choice to return was not a decision that she made at that time, and it was right for her that at that moment. However,
That was a really dumb choice for her not to come back.
Yeah. Holmes herself, as she passed up. However, few are likely to question Holmes' departure more than Holmes herself, as she passed up playing Rachel Dawes in The Dark Knight to appear as Jackie Truman in the 2008 film Mad Money, which was an undeniable flop. Are you ready to play Literati?
It's not as bad as Matt Damon turning down Avatar.
Why did Matt Damon turn down Avatar?
Because he wanted to work on the Bourne Legacy. He chose to work on the Bourne, to finish the movie, the Bourne Legacy, the Bourne.
Yeah, but that's like his. That's like his movie.
He has many movies.
What's your favorite Matt Damon film?
It's not the one with Robin Williams.
Good Will Hunting?
It's not that. It would be. That's too basic. That's a good movie, but I don't think it's. Maybe the Departed.
Okay. Why that?
Why The Departed?
Why The Departed?
Because it's just like it's a good crime movie.
Okay.
I don't remember a single thing that happens in this movie, but it's a good movie.
Yeah. I remember one scene kind of creeps me out. There's this scene with Jack Nicholson. It's right at the beginning. And he goes up to like this chick at the store and asks her if she got her period yet. I think that's disgusting.
We're gonna play Monopoly after this?
Maybe. If you're good.
We're gonna go play Monopoly. We're gonna play Monopoly, and then I'm gonna go for like half an hour to an hour and get dinner.
Sounds like a plan, pimp.
That's what I want.
What do you want, big dog?
I want to help people with coordination issues.
All right. What does that mean?
I want to help people that have coordination issues like me.
Okay, what does that mean?
Like coordination therapy, like people, like helping people get better with coordination, helping people get jobs that are suited to their lack of coordination, like suited to help people jobs who have coordination issues.
Physical coordination or mental coordination?
What?
All right, pimp.
What's mental coordination?
Like, isn't that like disorganization?
Isn't that with ADHD?
It could be. You really fucked me there, Zoo.
Yeah, I'm going through one of the hardest periods of my life right now.
Why do you say that?
I feel like I know like a major issue of what's going on in the world, but no one wants to listen because of how much profit is going into the awareness of something else. How do I explain this? I feel like the mental health professionals in the American Psychiatric Association have such a dominance over the mental health industry that they are not helping people with their actual issues and putting people into the wrong category and diagnosing things they don't have for profit, and everyone is identifying as the thing that it has the most awareness, and a lot of other conditions are going overlooked. And I feel like in 100, 200 years from now, the mental health and neurodivergencies that we have today might not even exist. That we might have to like change them so much because of how predatory everything, how predatory the marketing is from the American Psychiatric Association and what they've done. I feel like that is such a fucking huge issue that no one wants to talk about because you're competing with such a fucking corporate scum bag. Oh, I can't even go into it without getting mad. Does anything make sense?
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. You were saying this yesterday, and I was saying, you don't always make sense, but this time you make sense.
I think that the greedy corporate fucking mental health care system of America is